This guy got stabbed in the heart and woke up with 1,000,000 suns and pure void living in his chest. Village, villains, gods, all of them got the same message. Touch him and the continent splits, mountains erased, bombs eaten, legends folded. Still late for ramen. Absolute fucking menace.
They strapped a 7-year-old boy to a steel table 60 feet beneath Konoha, and nobody in that room thought to ask what was already living inside him. The chamber was cold enough that breath fogged. Root Anbu stood at the 4 corners in porcelain masks, hands folded, blank as furniture. Chakra suppression cuffs bit into the boy's wrists and ankles. A drain in the floor waited for whatever came off the table when they were finished. Everything about the room had been designed by men who had done this before and expected to do it again. Naruto Uzumaki lay flat on the steel and looked at the ceiling. He wasn't afraid. That was the thing that unsettled the youngest root operative on the West Wall, a boy of maybe 15 who had learned to read fear the way other people read weather. Children screamed here. Children begged, wept, promised to be good, promised to be quiet, promised anything. This one just breathed. His blue eyes tracked the flickering lamp overhead with the patience of a stone in a river, because Naruto had always felt something else in his chest, something under the loneliness, under the cold apartment and the thrown rocks and the shopkeepers who shut their doors when they saw his hair. Something with weight, something that had been waiting. He'd never had a name for it. He was about to get one. Danzo Shimura entered without ceremony. His cane clicked twice on the concrete. The bandages over half his face had yellowed at the edges, and the single visible eye held the flat interest of a man reviewing inventory. In his good hand, held level, was a syringe the length of a forearm. The liquid inside it glowed. It moved wrong. Gold light coiled through the barrel like living wire and threaded through the gold. Wrapped around it, feeding on it, was a black that the lamps refused to touch. Where the gold pushed, the black pushed back. The glass was warm and cold at the same time, and 2 of the scientists who had spent 9 months synthesizing it had already stopped sleeping. The meteorite had come down in the land of rivers 11 years ago. Root had gotten to the crater first. The fragment at the center had been the size of a fist, and it had taken 4 years to learn how to dissolve it, and another 5 to learn how to keep it from dissolving everything else. The theory was elegant. The Nine Tails was the greatest reservoir of chakra on the continent, wasted inside a boy who cried about ramen. The serum was an amplifier and an extraction key. Inject it, unlock the seal from within, and Konoha would possess a controllable weapon rather than a walking accident. Record the time, Danzo said. Someone recorded the time. Danzo positioned the needle over the boy's sternum, angled it beneath the ribs, and drove it into Naruto's heart. He pushed the plunger. The root facility went silent for 3 full seconds. Then the universe broke. Inside the boy's mind there was a place, and until that moment, the place had been a sewer. Ankle-deep water, dripping pipes, a corridor leading to a cage the size of a mountain gate with a paper seal across the lock. Behind the bars, the 9-tailed fox had spent 7 years composing insults it planned to use eventually. The sewer burned away. What replaced it had a sky. It had a horizon that curved. It was a plane of white light stretching in every direction until it stopped meaning anything. And standing on that plane, facing each other across a distance that kept changing, were 2 things that should never have shared a room. The first was a man made of morning. He stood tall in blue and gold, and light poured off him the way heat pours off asphalt in August, and behind his shoulders hung the impossible warmth of 1,000,000 suns burning at once. Every one of them was in him. Every fusion reaction, every solar flare, every dying star that had ever thrown its light across empty space, he held all of it, and he held it easy. His hair was gold. His eyes were furnaces. He was the shape a species draws when it tries to draw hope. The second was the shape a species draws when it stops. It had no edge. It was a spreading black, a mass of writhing dark that fed off its own motion, and out of it came tendrils, dozens, hundreds, jagged and endless, whipping through the white plain and leaving nothing behind where they passed. Not scorch marks, not damage. The tendrils touched the light, and the light stopped having ever been there. It had a face somewhere in the churn, and the face was a smile, and the smile went on longer than a face should allow, the golden guardian of good. The void. Robert Reynolds had died a long time ago, in a world that was no longer on any map, and the two halves of him had gone looking for a vessel, and the meteorite had carried them across a distance that made the word distance embarrassing. And now they were here, in a 7-year-old orphan, and they were doing what they had always done. They were at war. The golden man punched, and the shockwave cracked the white plane like a dropped plate. The void folded around the blow and drove 12 tendrils through him, and the golden man came apart and reformed as a sun, and burned the tendrils to their roots, and the roots grew back longer. It had been happening for 3 seconds. It looked like it had been happening for 1,000 years. It would happen forever, because both of them were absolutes, and absolutes have poor conflict resolution skills. Off to the side, in the only piece of the old sewer that still existed, the 9-tailed fox stood pressed against the bars of its cage with its enormous face jammed between them. Kurama was quieter than it had been in a millennium. It had fought Hashirama Senju. It had been chained by Madara Uchiha, sealed by a 4th Hokage, hated by every generation of humanity that had ever learned its name. And through all of it, it had roared. Roaring was the point. Roaring was the last piece of a beast that could never leave a stomach. Kurama watched a golden man tear a hole in non-existence with his fists. Watched non-existence pour into the hole and eat the man from the inside. Watched the man come out the other side of being eaten. And Kurama's throat closed. For the first time since the Sage of Six Paths had spoken its name into being, the 9-tailed fox was afraid. And then somebody walked between them. The boy came across the white plain barefoot, in a shirt 2 sizes too big, and he did not hurry. His hair caught the golden light and threw it back. Where the void's tendrils reached for him, they hesitated. The way a dog hesitates at a fence, it has learned about the hard way, and it had learned nothing yet, which made the hesitation worse. Naruto Uzumaki looked up at the man of 1,000,000 suns. He looked over at the thing with the endless smile. He understood, in the way a 7-year-old understands that a stove is hot, that both of these things intended to hollow him out and wear him. He understood that the golden one would do it gently and the black one would do it with enthusiasm, and that from the inside of his own skull, the difference between those two options came out to roughly 0. The Uzumaki bloodline had produced seal masters, chakra chains, and the kind of stubbornness that has been described in 3 separate treaties as a natural disaster. Uzumaki does not negotiate. It does not measure. It simply refuses, and it keeps refusing after the reason for refusing has been vaporized. And it is still refusing when the world has moved on. Naruto reached up with his left hand and closed it around the throat of the golden guardian of good. He reached up with his right and closed it around a throat inside the black that had never had a throat until he decided it did. The war stopped. The plane went white and silent. Kurama's claws locked around the bars. The tendrils froze in the air like pinned smoke. The suns behind the golden man's shoulders dimmed to something that could be looked at, and the 2 oldest forces in the room turned their attention down and down to the child holding them both off the ground. "I am the vessel," Naruto said. "You are my power. Submit." They submitted. The gold went into him first, poured down his arm and up through his chest and settled behind his ribs like a second heartbeat. The black went in second, slower, testing, and when it found the walls of him, it found them holding, and something in the dark laughed with what might have been delight, and then it curled up in the bottom of his spine and stayed. Naruto stood alone in a white place with a sun in his chest and an ending in his back. He turned his head toward the cage. Kurama, 500 feet of malevolence and hate, took one enormous step backward and sat down. 60 feet under Konoha, a boy's eyes opened, and they were the color of noon. Danzo Shimura had 2 seconds to register that the seal on the boy's stomach had gone dark and inert, like a candle in a hurricane, and that the chakra suppression cuffs were now a liquid running off the table edge. The scientist nearest the monitors got out one word. "Sir." Naruto sat up. There was no explosion. That is what the survivors could never make anyone understand afterward, because there were no survivors, and so the only person who ever tried to explain it was the boy himself. And he explained it once, badly, and never again. He did not blow the facility up. Fire is a chemical process. Blast is a pressure wave. Those are things that happen inside physics, and physics was, at that moment, a courtesy. Naruto Uzumaki was extending to the room. The golden light came out of him at the molecular level. It went through the steel table, and the steel table forgot to be steel. It went through the concrete, and the concrete released the bonds that had been holding it in the shape of a wall. It went through the 4-root anbu at the 4 corners, and the 4-root anbu stopped, mid-breath, and unhappened. There was no scream, because screaming requires a throat, and a throat requires a next instant. There was no flash, because a flash is light leaving, and this light stayed. The lamps went out because there were no longer lamps. Danzo Shimura got exactly far enough to raise his cane before the last hallway of his life ceased to be a hallway, and the 10 Sharingan buried in his right arm looked at the light with 10 different kinds of understanding and saw nothing they could copy. 90 meters of corridor, 4 operating theaters, a records vault, 31 root operatives, and 9 months of research became a smooth crater under the northeast quarter of Konoha, and the dirt at the bottom of the crater was warm and glassy and perfectly clean. The boy came up out of the hole. He did not climb. He rose, straight up through the collapsed earth and out into the open night, and the soil closed politely behind him. Konoha was asleep. It stopped being asleep in stages. The first to notice was a chunin named Kotetsu Hagane, who was on gate duty with his chin on his fist, and who looked up because the sky had gotten brighter and it was 2 in the morning. What he saw hovering 400 feet over the Hokage monument was a small human figure with hair floating around its head like it had drowned in something, and a corona of gold light peeling off its shoulders in slow waves that lit the rooftops all the way to the south wall. Trailing from the child's back, lazy as chimney smoke, were 3 or 4 tendrils of a black that made Kotetsu's eyes hurt. Kotetsu shook Izumo awake with a hand that would not hold still. Windows opened. Doors opened. People came out into the street in their sleep clothes and stood there squinting up at the second sunrise of the night, and one by one, as they got a look at the shape of it, they went silent. An old woman on 3rd Street dropped a kettle. A jonin on the roof of the mission office recognized the hair before he recognized anything else and said a word he had learned in the war. Hiruzen Sarutobi woke up because his summoning alert seal was screaming and because his bedroom had turned gold. He was on the tower roof in 11 seconds, hat askew, robes half fastened, and around him the anbu came down out of the dark in 1s and 2s. Cat, bear, boar, a dozen more, and every single one of them stopped where they landed and did nothing, because there was no protocol on the shelf for this. The 3rd Hokage looked up at the child of his successor floating over the village, and his throat worked, and he could not make it produce sound. Lord 3rd, Cat managed. I know who it is. His voice came out papery. His chakra. Bear had one hand pressed to a sensory tag and was staring at it as if it had insulted his mother. That Lord 3rd. I'm reading nothing. Nothing at all. Not the 9 tails, not a Jinchuriki signature, not a civilian's baseline. It reads as if there is no person there. Boar, who was older and had served in 2 wars, said something more useful. Then whatever's up there isn't running on chakra. The figure in the sky turned. It took its time, the way a lighthouse takes its time, and its face came around, and Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself under the attention of 2 eyes that were burning the color of a summer noon. Every anbu on the roof shifted their weight backward at once. Nobody ordered it. Nobody noticed doing it. Naruto, Hiruzen said. He got the name out and then had to find the rest of the sentence somewhere. Naruto, my boy, come down, please. Whatever has happened, we can. Danzo Shimura took me out of my bed, the boy said. He didn't shout. He didn't project. His voice arrived at the tower roof at conversational volume, and it also arrived at the south wall and at the hospital and in the ear of every civilian standing in the street, and in the storeroom of the Yamanaka flower shop where a girl named Ino was hiding behind her father's legs, and at the academy, and in the Anbu barracks. 9,000 people heard a 7-year-old speak at the same volume they would hear a friend across a table. "He put a needle in my heart," Naruto said. "He wanted to make me into a tool." Hiruzen's hands closed on the rail. "He is gone now," the boy said. "The building is gone. Everyone who was in it is gone. I did that." Somewhere below, someone started crying and was hushed. Naruto. The third's voice found itself at last, and it was the voice that had ended arguments in war councils. "Come down. Nobody is going to touch you. You have my word as Hokage." The boy considered that from 400 feet. The gold pulsed off him in slow rings, and the rooftops brightened and dimmed with it, like the village was breathing along. "You should understand something first," Naruto said, "so that we never have to discuss it again." The tendrils behind his back stopped drifting. They straightened, all of them, and pointed at the horizon in a way that felt like an announcement. "If anyone ever tries to control me again, this village, another village, a council, a clan, a man with a plan, I will tear this continent in half." He said it the way a farmer says it will rain Thursday. "I will start at the coast of the land of waves and finish at the eastern sea, and the two pieces will drift apart, and there will be nothing anyone can do about it, and I will feel about it roughly the way you feel about clipping your nails. This is not a threat, old man. Threats are for people who might be lying." Silence. Then the gold dimmed. It pulled in from the rooftops, sank back toward him, softened out of glare and into warmth. The color of a lamp in a window instead of the color of a weapon. And the boy came down. He landed in the middle of the street outside a closed dango shop, barefoot, in a shirt with a needle hole over the heart, and 40 adults scrambled backward off the curb to make room for a 7-year-old. Naruto looked at all of them looking at him. "I'm going home," he said. "I have school tomorrow." He walked. The crowd opened like water. Konoha did not sleep that night. Some of them stayed in the street until dawn. Some of them went to shrines. Ino Yamanaka asked her father whether the sun boy was going to hurt them, and Inoichi told her honestly that he had no idea. And then he sat at the kitchen table until sunrise with a cup of tea he never drank. And in the morning, the boy walked into the academy classroom 11 minutes late, sat down at the back, and put his head on his desk. Iruka Umino, who had lost his parents to the Nine Tails and had spent 7 years working very hard on that, looked at the small blonde head and at 29 children who had all rotated in their seats to stare, and made the only decision available to a man with a class to teach. "Turn around," he said. "We're on chapter 9. 5 years is a long time in a village that has learned to hold its breath. Konoha never came to hate Naruto Uzumaki, which is a strange thing to say about a village that had spent his childhood pretending he didn't exist. Hatred needs a certain smallness in the target. You cannot properly hate a thing when you have watched it hold a lamp over your rooftops at 2 in the morning and then apologize for being late to class. What replaced the hatred was worse. It was awe, and awe is much harder to live with because it never relaxes. Shopkeepers stopped overcharging him. They also stopped charging him. Naruto had to physically place money on the counter at Ichiraku's, and once, memorably, stood there for 4 full minutes in a staring contest with Tochi that ended with Tochi taking the money and going into the back to sit down. Nobody threw rocks. Nobody said the word demon. What people did instead was go still when he entered a room and let him have the whole bench on the training field and answer his questions 2 seconds too fast. He got used to it. He did not enjoy it. He also did not spend 1 hour of his life chasing after it because he had woken up at 7 years old holding 2 gods by the throat, and after that, being liked stops registering as a goal. He never became a genin. The Hokage tried. The Hokage assembled a proposal, complete with a 3-man cell and a Jonin sensei, and Naruto read it and asked one question, which was what he was supposed to do with teammates during a fight. And the room went into a 2-hour silence. The compromise came at 11, in a training ground that no longer exists. They called it the demonstration. 12 people attended. 9 of them gave testimony afterward, and 2 of those 9 requested leave. The third Hokage, 3 clan heads, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Anko Mitarashi, and a council delegation stood at the tree line while a boy walked out to the middle of a valley and asked what they wanted him to do. Koharu Utatane, who had spent the last 4 years insisting that the reports were inflated, gestured at the mountain on the north end of the training range. A real mountain, 1,200 feet of granite, with a name and everything. "Move that," she said, "if it isn't too much trouble." Naruto looked at the mountain. He looked back at her. "Move it," he asked, "or remove it?" Koharu, who did not know she was going to change her entire personality in the next 11 seconds, said the second one. The boy turned toward the mountain and raised one hand, palm out, fingers loose, like a man checking for rain. The light came out of him in a column. It went up the valley in absolute silence, and it was gold. And it was so bright that 4 of the 12 observers lost their vision for a full minute, and where it touched the mountain simply agreed to stop. There was no rock slide. There was no dust cloud, no thunder, no wave of debris. The granite went from being granite to being nothing at all, from the peak down, and the process took 9 seconds, and it ended with a flat plane of warm glass where 1,200 feet of geography had stood since before the Sage of Six Paths. Mike Guy, who had never in his life been quiet at a public event, sat down on the grass. Anko Mitarashi laughed, the way people laugh in hospitals. Kakashi Hatake had his headband up and his Sharingan spinning, and it was recording absolutely nothing usable, because the technique had no seals, no chakra signature, and no name. And the eye that could copy anything looked at it the way a dictionary looks at a scream. Homura Mitokado had to be helped to a chair that had to be brought from the tower. Naruto lowered his hand and turned around and asked, with total sincerity, whether that was enough, or whether they wanted him to do the ridge behind it too. He was granted the rank of Special Jonin 9 days later. The paperwork lists his specialization as solo operations. The paperwork does not list what he specializes in doing during those operations, because the clerk who drafted it left the box empty and then went home early. By 12, he took his assignments alone off a board in the Hokage's office that had a section with only his name on it. He wore standard dark gear, a Konoha headband pushed back into his hair rather than tied at his brow, and he had grown into a build that was compact and completely unremarkable until you looked at his eyes, which had never gone back to blue. The other Kage learned about him in pieces, the way you learn about a storm. In Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage read a field report about the mountain, threw it across the room, and had it retrieved and read it again. 12 years old, he said. 12, sir, said Mabui. Send C. I want a sensory read from inside the land of fire. C came back in 9 days and reported that he had been unable to get a read on the target and that the target had waved at him from 2 miles away. In Iwagakure, Onoki said a very old word and then arranged for several of his more expendable assets to test the boy under a flag nobody would trace. In Kirigakure, Mei Terumi read the same reports and decided that if the boy ever came for her village, she would open the gates and offer him tea, because that was cheaper. And in Amegakure, in a tower in the rain, a man with rings for eyes looked at a page describing a golden light that erased matter and said one word to the woman beside him, and the word was, wait. The mission scroll said A-rank joint escort, land of lightning border, and Naruto read the whole thing in the time it took the Hokage to sit down. Medical supplies and a treaty draft, Hiruzen said. The convoy moves through the Kaneda Gorge and meets a Kumo squad at the halfway marker. You will be operating alongside them. Naruto. The old man laced his fingers. This is a diplomatic assignment. Kumo will be evaluating you. They will be evaluating whether you can work beside their people without erasing anything, Naruto said. Without erasing anything. I've been managing that for 5 years. You erased a bandit camp in the Land of Rivers last month. I erased the camp. The bandits were outside it. Naruto rolled the scroll shut. They came back to a hole in the ground. 6 of them turned themselves in at the nearest garrison. That's efficiency, old man. Hiruzen pressed 2 fingers into his forehead and waved him out. The convoy was 4 wagons and 11 porters, and they moved north for 3 days through country, going from green to gray. And the Kumo squad was waiting at the halfway marker exactly on time, which told Naruto most of what he needed to know about the person leading them. Samui of Kumogakure stood at the front of her 3-man cell with her arms folded and her weight even. and she had blonde hair cut short and level, dark eyes that gave away as much as a closed door, and a stillness about her that other people mistook for coldness right up until they saw her work. She had made Jonin at 19. She had never lost a squad member. She had a reputation across 3 villages for being the person who does not raise her voice when the building is on fire, and she had earned it in a building that was on fire. She had also read every scrap of intelligence Kumo possessed on the Konoha asset she was about to escort a convoy with. And she had come to the meeting expecting a monster, a brat, or a lie. What came up the road was a 12-year-old with his headband pushed back and gold eyes and the walk of a man crossing his own living room. "Samui," she said. "Kumogakure. This is Karui and Omoi. Naruto Uzumaki. You're 12. I've been told." Karui, who was 15 and had opinions, opened her mouth. Omoi, who was 15 and had anxieties, elbowed her. Samui looked at the boy for 3 full seconds, which was longer than she looked at most things. His eyes were the wrong color, and they held perfectly steady, and there was something under the surface of him that made her skin register a temperature change from 4 feet away, like standing near a stove someone left on. "The briefing," she said. "There are 4 ambush points in the Kaneda Gorge," Naruto said. "The best one is at the 12-kilometer mark where the walls narrow to 60 feet and the shelf overhangs on both sides. If somebody hits us, they will hit us there. And it will be with Earth-style demolition because that's what the terrain is for. You'll want your people at the front and the rear of the second wagon because that's where the treaty is, and everything else in this convoy is bandages." Samui's eyebrows moved about a millimeter. On Samui, that was a gasp. "You reviewed the terrain." "I can see the gorge from here." Karui looked north. There was a mountain range in the way, and then 40 kilometers, and then the gorge. "Right," Karui said. "Sure." They moved at first light. Naruto walked out ahead of the lead wagon, hands in his pockets, and never once looked at the tree line. And Samui found herself watching him instead of the road, which was a professional failing she noted and did nothing about. At the 11-kilometer marker, he stopped. 212, he said. Omoi swallowed his lollipop stick. 212, what? Heartbeats on the ridge. Iwa mercenaries, rogue, using stolen demolition tags. I can hear the paper. They've been sitting there since yesterday afternoon eating dried fish. One of them has a fever. Naruto tilted his head. They're going to blow both walls at once and bury the whole gorge. It's a good plan. It's the plan I would use. Samui had her hand on her sword. Then we withdraw and take the Eastern Pass. The Eastern Pass is 4 days. The treaty is due in 2. He started walking again. Keep the wagons moving. Keep your people close to me. When it starts, don't run. Running is how you get separated, and I can hold one place better than 3. Hold what? Karui said. Naruto entered the Narrows. At the 12-kilometer mark, the walls closed to 60 feet. The sky became a bright gray ribbon overhead, and the mercenary captain on the northern shelf brought his hand down. 406 explosive tags detonated at once. The sound arrived as a physical object. Both canyon walls came off their bones. Millions of tons of granite peeled away from the cliff faces and dropped into the gap, and it was not a rock slide. It was a ceiling. The entire top of the world coming down in one piece from both sides at once, and the light in the gorge went out. Karui's brain gave her a single clean thought, which was that she was going to die at 15, and her mother would never know where. Omoi grabbed the nearest porter and covered him with his own body, which was the bravest and most useless thing he had ever done. Samui drew her sword, because that was what her hands did, and she looked up at 400 vertical feet of falling mountain, and she thought about her squad, and she started to say something she never finished. Naruto stepped forward and raised both hands. The mountain stopped, not slowed, not deflected. It stopped, all of it, every slab and boulder and screaming ton of granite from both sides, freezing in the air at 50 feet like a photograph somebody had hung over the gorge. The dust stopped. Pebbles hung motionless around the wagons. A single splinter of rock had halted 8 inches from Karui's nose, and she went cross-eyed looking at it. The gold came on. It erupted out of Naruto in a column that lit the gorge like noon, brighter than noon, and the shadows on the canyon floor fled in every direction at once. His feet had pressed 6 inches into packed stone. The ground under him cracked outward in a ring 20 feet across, and then 30, and then 40, because the weight had to go somewhere, and the somewhere was him. His teeth were together. His arms were up. His hair whipped straight back off his forehead in a wind that came from inside him. He breathed out. And 212 mercenaries on the ridge above looked down at a boy holding their mountain over his head. And the only sound in the entire gorge was one man dropping a detonator. Naruto turned his face up toward them. "I can hear a heartbeat across the Fire Nation," he said, and every person on that ridge heard him perfectly. "You thought you could ambush me?" Then he pushed. The mountain went back up. It rose, all of it. The entire ceiling of rock lifting off the gorge and climbing back toward the sky. And the gold light spread through it and into it. And here is where Samui stopped understanding what she was looking at, because the stone began to come apart into pieces, and the pieces began to sort themselves. "Molecular reconstruction," Naruto said, and his voice was strained for the first time, which was somehow the most terrifying part. Every fragment of granite in the air found the exact place it had been 30 seconds earlier. The gold ran through the debris in threads, mapping, matching, setting bond against bond, and the canyon walls rebuilt themselves from the bottom up in overlapping sheets. 400 vertical feet of geology reassembled in 4 seconds. The last stone fitted itself into the last gap in the cliff face with a sound like a door closing. The light went out. The gorge stood exactly as it had that morning. Same walls, same shelf, same gray ribbon of sky. There was no rubble on the ground. There was one boy standing in a cracked ring of stone, with his hands still half raised and steam coming off his shoulders. 212 mercenaries stared down from the ridge with the collective brain function of people who had forgotten how blinking worked. "Oh," said Omoi from the ground, still lying on top of the porter. "Oh, that's okay." Naruto looked up at the ridge again. Then he was gone. There was a sound like a wet towel snapping. The air where he had been standing collapsed inward, and Samui, Jonin of Kumogakure, top of her class in visual tracking, lost him completely. Up on the shelf, the mercenary captain got out the first syllable of an order. The boy came through his battalion at a speed the human eye is simply not built for. He was a gold line. He was the after image of a gold line. He went down the northern shelf and up the southern one and back, and behind him men were folding, not flying, not exploding, folding, arms bending at points arms do not have, legs turning the wrong way at the knee, shoulders coming out of their sockets with a sound like green wood. He never killed one of them. He went through 212 professional soldiers and left every single one of them breathing and none of them intact. The last man standing was the captain, a slab of a man from Iwa's demolition corps with a jaw like a shovel, and he had time to bring both hands together and start Earth style before a small hand closed on his wrist. "Your chakra network branches at the elbow," Naruto said. The gold went into the man's arm. It went in at the molecular level, and it went through his coils like water through a paper map. And the mercenary captain felt every pathway in his body from the shoulder down disconnect permanently in the space of half a second. He would live to be 70. He would never mold chakra again. Naruto dropped him and stepped off the shelf. He landed in front of the convoy without bending his knees. Total elapsed time from the first detonation, 11 seconds. Nobody in the gorge moved. The porters had not gotten off their wagons. Karui was still cross-eyed. Omoi had begun, very softly, to say a prayer he had learned from his grandmother and had abandoned it partway through because he could not remember what came after the part about mountains. And Samui of Kumogakure stood with her sword drawn and unused and worked extremely hard on the project of appearing to have a normal heart rate. She was failing. Her pulse was in her ears. Her hands were steady because she had trained them to be steady, but there was a place under her sternum that had gone hot and stayed hot, and she had a strong suspicion it was going to keep being a problem. Naruto turned around and looked at her. "The road's clear," he said. "We've lost about a minute." Samui sheathed her sword. It took her one attempt, which she was proud of for the rest of her life. Understood, she said. They made camp that night at the mouth of the gorge, and the fire was small, and Karui talked for 2 straight hours about what she had seen in a voice that kept going up in pitch, and Omoi countered every point with a hypothetical disaster. And the porters sat in a tight knot and did not join in. Naruto sat 40 feet up the slope with his back against a rock, looking at the sky. Samui climbed up and sat down beside him without asking, which was the first genuinely reckless thing she had done in 4 years. For a while there was only the wind and the popping of the fire below. "You didn't kill them," she said. "They weren't a threat after the first second. You broke every bone in 200 men. They'll heal. Most of them will find other work." He didn't look over. "The ones who don't will find me again, and then it will be a different conversation." Samui looked at his profile in the dark. There was a faint light coming off his skin, so faint that she had to stop looking directly at him to see it, a low gold like the last coal in a stove. "What are you?" she said. Most people asked it in a whisper, or with a weapon in their hand, or after 3 drinks. Samui asked it the way she asked for a mission report. Naruto smiled. It was small, and it was the first one she had seen. "You're the 4th person to ask me straight out," he said. The Hokage asked, a drunk in the Land of Rivers asked, a summoned toad asked, and then had a very long argument with itself about it. He tipped his head back against the rock. "I don't know for certain. I know what I remember, and what I remember isn't mine." Meaning? "When I was 7, a man put a needle in my heart. What was in the needle came out of the sky, and inside it were 2 things that used to be one man. He said it without weight, which somehow gave it more. The first one is light, all of it. Every star that ever burned is sitting in my chest right now, and it doesn't hurt, and it never stops. Sometimes I dream about a city I've never been to, and a woman I've never met, and a name that isn't mine." And the second thing? The low gold on his skin dimmed. Behind his shoulder, for one instant, something black moved that the campfire did not account for. "The second one is what happens when the light runs out," Naruto said. "It's the reason I stand very still in crowded rooms." Samui absorbed that. She did not scoot away, which she noticed and which he noticed. "You're afraid of it," she said. "I'm the only thing it's afraid of." He turned his head and looked at her, and up close the gold in his eyes was banked and warm rather than blinding. "That's the arrangement. It's a bad arrangement, and it holds because I'm an Uzumaki and we're too stubborn to be eaten." "That's your answer? Stubbornness? It's beaten better plans." Samui laughed. It was one short exhale through the nose, and it was the loudest laugh she had produced in 11 months. And down at the fire, Karui's head snapped around so fast she nearly injured herself. "Did Samui just?" Karui hissed. "Don't look at it," Omoi whispered. "You'll scare it off." Up the slope, Samui pulled her knees up and set her arms across them. "In Kumo," she said, "they teach us that power like yours always wants something. Territory, recognition, a seat, something. I know. So what do you want?" Naruto looked back at the sky for a long moment. "When I was 6, he said, I had a plan. I was going to be Hokage. I was going to be so loud and so bright that the whole village would have to look at me, and once they were looking, they'd have to admit I was worth something, and then I'd be able to stop." He shrugged. "Then I woke up with a sun in my chest, and everybody looked at me all the time, and I found out it doesn't fix anything. They don't see me, they see the light. And now I take the missions nobody survives, and I hold up the mountain when it falls, and once a week I eat noodles with a man who's afraid of me and pretends he isn't, because he's the only one who tries." Naruto's mouth pulled sideways. "That's the whole list. It's short." Samui sat with that. "You held up a mountain today," she said, "and then you put it back because you decided the road mattered more than the terrain. And then you sat up here alone. I sit up here alone most nights. You're 12. I'm the only one of me." There was a silence with something in it. Samui had built her entire adult life around the principle of never letting a situation get ahead of her. She was aware, with total clarity, that this situation was ahead of her, had been ahead of her since the moment the mountain stopped, and was going to stay ahead of her. "For what it's worth," she said, "I saw you, not the light. You looked at the falling rock, and the first thing you did was check where my people were standing." Naruto's head came around. The gold in his eyes shifted. It softened out at the edges, went from noon to late afternoon, and Samui felt the temperature near her skin change again, and understood, finally, what the temperature change was. "You're the first person to say that," he said. "Then everyone else is stupid," said Samui, and she stood up and brushed off her legs and started down the slope, because she needed to be somewhere that wasn't there. "Sunrise. Don't be late." "I'm never late." "You were 11 minutes late to the academy once." He stared after her. "How do you?" "We have a file," Samui said, without turning around. "It's a very long file." She got all the way down to the fire before she let herself smile, and Karui saw it anyway and made a sound like a kettle. And Omoi immediately began explaining why an international incident was now inevitable. 4 months later, Konoha filled up with foreigners for the Chunin exams, and the Hokage asked Naruto to enter, and Naruto asked why, and the Hokage told him the truth, which is how you handle someone who can hear your heartbeat. 3 of the entering squads are lying about where they're from, Hiruzen said. Sound Village is 9 months old and has funding it has no business having. I want eyes in the exam, and I want them attached to something nobody can remove. So I'm bait. You're a hazard sign. Fine, Naruto signed the form. I'm not taking the promotion. You'll take it if you earn it. I'll take it and put it in a drawer. The bracket had a problem, which was that the exam required 3-man teams, and there existed no living person who was going to be assigned as Naruto Uzumaki's teammate. The proctors argued about it for 2 days. It ended with a special waiver, a slot marked solo, and a Chunin named Kamizuki, who volunteered to be the one to hand him the paperwork, and then requested that his family be notified if anything happened. The written exam went badly for everyone else. Naruto turned his paper over, read all 10 questions, and filled in every answer in under 3 minutes, because he could hear the pencil of the seated Chunin 4 rows up and knew what she was writing. Abiki Morino watched him do it, then put his head down on the desk and go to sleep, and did not raise his voice, because Abiki had read the mountain report. Around him, 26 teams collapsed under psychological pressure. Naruto snored. At the Forest of Death, Anko Mitarashi ran her briefing with her usual enthusiasm, threw a kunai at a Kusajinen's cheek, and got to the part about signing death waivers before she looked at the blonde boy standing alone at the back with a single scroll and stopped mid-sentence. "You," she said. "Uzumaki, you're going in without a team." "That's right." "You know the rules require 2 scrolls?" "I'll get 2 scrolls." Anko grinned with too many teeth. "There are 43 teams in there. Some of them are going to think a solo entrant is free food." "I'm counting on it," Naruto said. "It saves me walking." The gates opened. He was inside for 11 minutes before he stopped, in a clearing under a tree the size of a district, and turned his head northwest. Because something had come in over the fence, it moved through the forest like a rumor. Birds went up ahead of it in sheets, and then further in, birds stopped going up at all. It slid between the trunks without touching branches. It found Team 7 at a stream bank 40 minutes into the exam, and it took its time, because it enjoyed this part. Sasuke Uchiha saw the Kusajinen drop out of the canopy and knew immediately that whatever was in that body had nothing to do with the Chunin exams. The killing intent hit like a dropped anvil. It rolled out through the trees in a wave, and Sakura Haruno went down on her knees and vomited into the grass. And Sasuke saw himself die 11 different ways in the space of a heartbeat and could not move his legs, and every insect within 200 meters went silent at once. My, said Orochimaru, peeling the Kusa face off his own like a sticker. Such promising eyes. He had lived for decades in other people's bodies. He had murdered his own teacher's expectations, walked out of the only village he had ever loved, and spent 30 years building a collection. He had been afraid exactly twice in his adult life, and both times had been of Hiruzen Sarutobi in a bad mood. He raised one hand. Summoning Jutsu. 2 serpents came out of the ground. They were enormous, 60 feet of purple-black muscle each, jaws that could take a wagon, ancient yellow eyes with vertical slits, and they came up through the earth on either side of the clearing and coiled and hissed, and the sound went through the trees like a wind. Orochimaru's tongue ran across his lips. the Uchiha, and the Nine-Tails boy in the same forest. I did not expect to be so lucky. He turned his head and his eyes went past Sasuke and Sakura entirely to the tree line behind them. "Come out, little Jinchuriki. I have read such interesting things about you. A new toy for my collection." Naruto stepped out of the shadow of the tree. He had been there for a minute and a half. He had felt Orochimaru cross the fence, had tracked him through 6 kilometers of forest by the sound of his heart, which beat slower than a human heart and made a wet click at the end of every third stroke. Sasuke, flat on his back and unable to move, managed to turn his head. Sakura, on her knees with her hand over her mouth, looked up. Naruto walked into the clearing and the temperature dropped 4 degrees. He did not glow gold. His eyes drained. That was the first thing Sakura noticed, and it was the thing she woke up from for years afterward. The gold in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes went out, drained down and out of them like water, leaving a sink, and what remained was black. No iris, no white, nothing at all. 2 holes in a boy's face where eyes had been. The clearing got cold. Frost formed on the grass in a ring and then unformed because the frost also stopped being allowed. The shadows moved. All of them. Every shadow in that clearing, from the trees, from the stones, from the 3 human beings standing there, bent and slid the wrong way, away from the direction of the sun, and gathered behind the boy's shoulders as if reporting for duty. The 2 serpents stopped hissing. They went perfectly still, 60 feet of ancient predator each, and their tongues stayed in their mouths, and one of them began to press itself backward into the earth it had come from. Snakes are very old animals. Very old animals know precisely when they have entered a place that ends things. "You think you understand the dark snake?" Naruto said. His voice came out layered. There was a second voice under his voice, and it was enjoying itself. "I am the void." The tendrils came out of his back. They were not smoke. They were not shadow, and they were not chakra. And Sakura Haruno's mind, which was very good at categories, threw all of its categories in the trash and started screaming. They came out in a spreading black fan, 12 of them, then 20, jagged, endless, moving with a horrible patient joy, and they did not obey perspective. The ones farthest away were the largest. "Void manifestation," Naruto said. They took the serpents. 4 tendrils punched through the first snake, and the snake did not die. It stopped having been. There was no gore, no smoke of dispersal, no puff of reverse summoning. 60 feet of ancient serpent was simply subtracted from the world, along with the space it had been occupying, and the air where it had stood held a faint shimmer of distortion, a wrongness like a heat ripple, and then the distortion vanished too, cleaned up after itself. The second serpent got half a body length toward the trees. The tendrils folded around it from 6 directions, and it went out like a snuffed wick. Orochimaru's smirk stayed on his face for a full second and a half after his mind had left it. Then it fell off. Sasuke Uchiha, paralyzed on his back with his Sharingan spinning uselessly, watched the face of one of the legendary Sannin, a man who had made him feel like an insect 30 seconds earlier, come apart. The eyes went round. The mouth opened. All the centuries of confidence drained out of the man's posture in one motion. And what was left standing in the clearing was something that had suddenly remembered it could die. "What?" Orochimaru's voice cracked in the middle. "What are you? That isn't chakra. That isn't." Naruto crossed the clearing. He did not appear to travel. He was 30 feet away, and then his hand was around Orochimaru's throat, one-handed, and the Sannin's feet came off the ground, and the Sannin's legs began to kick, which was an image Sasuke Uchiha carried in his chest for the rest of his life. Orochimaru's neck extended. His whole body tried to leave through it, the way it always did. The stretching escape, the boneless slither, the trick that had saved him from Hanzo of the Salamander. The black closed around him and the trick stopped working. "You collect people," Naruto said. "Wait. You took a boy's arms off in the Land of Rivers last spring for a bloodline test. He was 9. I read the file." Orochimaru clawed at the hand on his throat with both hands, and the hand did not move. Void pulse. Naruto put his free palm flat against the Sannin's left shoulder and pushed a thread of it through. There was no sound. There was no blood at first. The black went into Orochimaru's shoulder, and it did not cut and it did not burn. It removed, cell by cell, in a band 4 inches wide that swept from the collarbone out through the joint, and the arm came away from the body without ever being severed, because severing implies an edge, and there was no edge. There was a place where an arm had been, and then a place where it had never been. Then the other one. The margin of what remained was destroyed at a depth that made every regeneration technique in the Sanin's library into a list of words. There was nothing left to grow from. There was nothing left to graft to. Orochimaru of the Sanin, the man who had cheated death 40 separate ways, felt both of his arms stop existing, and he screamed. It was not the scream of a monster. It was the scream of a man, high and cracked and utterly ordinary. And Sakura clapped her hands over her ears, and every bird within a kilometer left at once. Naruto opened his fingers. Orochimaru hit the ground and did not get up. He rolled onto his side. He tried to push himself up with an arm and remembered halfway through the motion. His sweat had soaked his hair to his skull. His eyes had gone wide and flat and were moving fast, side to side, the way eyes do when a mind is trying every door in a hallway and finding all of them locked. "You will leave the forest," Naruto said. "You will leave the land of fire. And you will tell everyone who works for you what happened here, in detail, because I want them to hear it from you." "You?" Orochimaru's voice came out of a throat that had been screaming. "You're a child." "I'm what's standing over you," Naruto said. "That's the only fact in the clearing." The Sanin dragged himself into the underbrush. He went on his knees and his shoulders, and he left a trail. He got 50 meters before he could summon the will to move faster, and then he was gone into the trees, and the forest closed over the place he had been. The black went out of Naruto's eyes. The gold came back up in them like a lamp being turned on. The tendrils folded away into his back, and the shadows in the clearing sheepishly returned to their proper corners. He turned around. Sakura Haruno scrambled backward through the grass on her hands. Sasuke Uchiha did not move because he still could not, and so he was forced to lie there and look up at the boy from his year, the loud one, the dead last, the one everyone had stopped talking about 4 years ago, standing in the wreck of a clearing where 2 summoned serpents used to be. Something happened in Sasuke's chest that had no name yet. Part of it was awe, and he hated that part immediately. Part of it was a hunger so sharp it made his back teeth ache, because he had spent every day since he was 8 building himself into a weapon aimed at one man. And he had just watched a person casually take apart something that would have swatted him like a fly. And the distance between where he stood and where that boy stood was so vast that his ambition could not find the far side of it. And part of it, the part that would eat him, was fury. Because you can chase someone who is ahead of you. You can hate someone who beat you. But when the gap is that wide, your rage has nowhere to land. It just circles. Naruto crouched next to him and put 2 fingers on his sternum. Warmth went through Sasuke's body and the paralysis came apart like wet paper. "Killing intent that heavy locks the diaphragm," Naruto said. "Breathe out first, then in. You'll recover faster next time." Sasuke sat up, shaking. "Next time," he said. "There's always a next time." Naruto stood. "Your team scroll is still in your left leg pouch. He wasn't here for scrolls." "What was he here for?" Naruto looked at him for a moment. "Your eyes," he said, and walked away. He spent the rest of the second stage doing what he had come to do. He crossed the forest 4 times. He located the sound team with the girl in the black hood and left them alive because they were being used, and he could hear it in how they talked to each other. He found the 3 Amon squads that were actually AIM squads. And then he found the 2 teams that had come in wearing grass headbands and speaking a dialect from 400 kilometers west, sitting in a hollow with a sealed transmitter and a map of Konoha's shelter network with the civilian evacuation routes marked in red. 6 people. 1 clearing. He did not use the void, because the void leaves a hole in the world, and holes get investigated. He used the light. He held it in close and low so the flash would not carry, and when it went out, the hollow contained a transmitter, a map, and 6 sets of clothes lying flat in the grass. He took the map to the Hokage that night and put it on the desk, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the red lines through the civilian shelters and aged 4 years in a chair. They're coming during the finals, Naruto said. Yes, sand and sound together. Orochimaru's running it, and Orochimaru is currently crawling toward the western border with no arms. Hiruzen's pipe stopped halfway to his mouth. With no, he'll still run it, Naruto said. Men like that don't cancel plans. They just get worse at them. He turned for the door. Put the civilians in the north shelters, not the east. And old man, when it starts, don't send anyone after Gaara of the Sand. Why? Because I'll be busy with him, Naruto said. And I'd rather not have to be careful. The invasion hit on the 11th day of the 8th month, halfway through the finals, in front of a stadium containing 11,000 people. The genjutsu went up first, feathers drifting through the stands, and half the civilians in the arena went down asleep. Sand shinobi came over the eastern wall. Sound came up through the sewers. The Kazakage's box exploded into a barrier of purple light with 4 Sound 4 at its corners, and the third Hokage inside it with a man he had loved as a son and had failed to kill twice. And on the far side of the stadium, in the competitor's box, a red-headed boy with a gourd on his back stopped fighting the thing inside him. Gaara of the Sand had held Shikaku down for 12 years through insomnia and murder. He let go all at once. The sand came out of him and did not stop coming. It ripped up out of the arena floor, tore through the wall of the stadium, dragged in from the training grounds, from the riverbank, from the desert 400 kilometers away, a brown wall pulling itself upward in the eastern quarter of Konoha, growing, packing, arms forming, legs forming, a tail like a rolled canyon whipping out behind and taking 3 apartment blocks with it. Shukaku, the one tail, stood up in the middle of a city, 200 feet of it, then 300, sand-armored, blue-veined, eyes like black and gold spirals with no sanity anywhere in them, and it threw its head back and it laughed, and the laugh cracked windows all the way to the Hokage monument. "Free!" it howled. "Free, free, I'm kill every last one of you!" Kakashi Hatake, on a rooftop with a squad of Chunin, went white under his mask. "Get the civilians into the north shelters," he said. "Now, move." Shukaku stopped laughing. Its head came down and its spiral eyes locked onto the low, wide, reinforced concrete structures on the northern ridge, where 11,000 civilians were at that moment filing underground. It opened its mouth. Air began to move. It came from every direction at once, sucked inward, and the leaves and the dust and the loose roofing tiles of an entire district went with it. And in front of the beast's jaws, a sphere of compressed black and blue chakra formed and condensed and got smaller and heavier and worse. "Tailed beast bomb," Kakashi said, and heard how useless the words were. Might Guy, 3 rooftops over, dropped into a stance he had never opened in the village. It would achieve nothing. He opened it anyway. The sphere finished condensing, and a 12-year-old boy standing on the stadium roof went straight up. He did not use body flicker. He did not run up a wall or leap or channel chakra to his feet. He went from standing still to 900 miles an hour in the space of a single instant, and the stadium roof he had been standing on caved inward in a perfect circle as the air rushed in to fill the hole where he had been. The sonic boom knocked flat every shinobi within 100 meters. Naruto Uzumaki rose over Konoha and stopped, 400 feet up, and turned the sun on. The gold came out of him in a wave that hit the eastern wall and the western wall at the same time, and every shadow in the village vanished, and the underside of every cloud over the land of fire went bright. People in Tanzaku town, 60 kilometers away, looked up and asked each other what that was. Every conscious person in Konoha stopped moving and looked up. Sand shinobi in the middle of a charge, sound teams coming out of the sewers, Anko Mitarashi with a kunai in each hand, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji flat on a rooftop. Hinata Hyuga, Byakugan active, who took one look with eyes that see chakra and had to shut them because it hurt. Tamari and Kankuro halfway to their brother. 11,000 civilians at the shelter doors. And in the purple barrier on the Kazakage's box, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. A bandaged, gaunt, ruined Orochimaru whose sleeves hung empty at his sides, who had come anyway, because men like that do not cancel plans. Both turned their heads toward the light. Orochimaru's face did something the third had never seen it do. Naruto spoke, and the village heard him. "I have the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns." Shukaku fired. The tailed beast bomb left the one-tail's jaws with a sound like the world tearing its shirt, a black sphere the size of a house punching a tunnel through the air toward the northern ridge, and the pressure wave alone stripped the roofs off 2 streets. Naruto flew into it. He did not dodge. He did not raise a barrier or angle it away or catch it and throw it into the sky. He put his chest into the front of the sphere and went in, and the bomb swallowed him whole and continued on its way for a quarter of a second, and then it began to shrink from the inside. The black sphere lost its edges. Threads of gold spread through it like frost across a window, and the compressed chakra came apart along those threads, and every ounce of it flowed inward toward a single point at the center, and the point was a 12-year-old boy with his arms spread who was drinking it. "Solar absorption," he said, and the last of the bomb went down his throat. The tailed beast bomb went out 300 meters short of the shelters. Naruto hung in the empty air where the most destructive attack on the continent had been, and his clothes were smoking at the shoulders, and his hair had been blown back, and his expression had not changed by a single degree. The silence over Konoha lasted about 2 full seconds. Then Might Guy screamed something incoherent and joyous and burst into tears. Naruto turned in the air and looked at Shukaku, and Shukaku, who had been alive for 1,000 years and had never once been interrupted, looked back with dawning confusion in its spiral eyes. He came down like a comet. The impact took Shukaku in the center of the chest, and it registered on seismographs in 3 countries. Sand blew outward in a ring that flattened the forest north of the wall. Every tree, 10,000 of them, laid down flat and pointing away like grass under a boot. The beast's 300-foot body folded around the point of impact, lifted entirely off its feet, and traveled backward half a mile, plowing a trench through the eastern district and out through the wall, taking the wall with it. What? Shukaku got out. Naruto landed on the sand of its stomach, got both hands under it and lifted. There was nothing under his feet. He was airborne, and he was holding a tailed beast, and the effort showed. The gold flared white at the edges, his arms locked, his teeth came together, the sand under his hands compressed into glass, and up went 300 feet of demon. 90,000 tons of angry sand went over Naruto Uzumaki's head. Kankuro of the Sand said a word that got him slapped by his sister on reflex, and then Tamari said the same word. Naruto turned once, twice, building the arc and threw. Shukaku went out over the wall. It cleared the outer forest. It cleared the river. It cleared the ridge beyond the river, and it came down 4 miles from Konoha in an empty valley and made a new lake bed, and the boom rolled back over the village 9 seconds later and knocked the loose tiles off every roof that still had any. Naruto followed it down. He landed on the beast's skull as it struggled to rise, drove both palms flat against the bone-hard sand, and released. Purifying light. The gold went into Shukaku, and this time it was warm rather than absolute. It went through 300 feet of packed sand and madness the way sunlight goes through water. It found the seams of the transformation, and it went through them. And it did not destroy. That was the thing. That was the choice. And it was harder than the throwing had been. Naruto held the light back to a fraction of a fraction, held it down at a level where it healed instead of erased, and reached through the beast for the person at the bottom of it. He found a boy curled up in the dark with his hands over his ears. Gaara of the Sand had been alone since the day he was born, alone with a voice that never stopped talking, alone in a room with the light on, every night for 12 years, because if he slept, the voice got out. His mother's name was a knife somebody had left in him. His father had sent 6 assassins. His uncle had smiled at him for years and then told him the truth with a detonating tag in his hand. Gaara had never once in his entire life been warm. The light came into the dark and put a hand on him. The sand came apart. It fell in sheets, 300 feet of it collapsing into dunes across the valley floor, and out of the center of it, Gaara dropped and hit the ground on his back and lay there staring up at a sky he could see again. His whole body was shaking. His face was wet, and he had no idea why, because he had stopped producing tears at the age of 6 and had assumed the ability had gone away permanently. A shadow crossed the sun. Naruto came down and landed beside him, and the gold banked down to something soft, and he crouched. Gaara looked up into a face he had seen once across a stadium. "Why?" he said. His voice had no strength in it. "Why did you stop? You should have. Everyone kills it. Everyone tries to kill it. That's what I'm for." "I know what you're for," Naruto said. "You don't. There's something inside me too." Naruto sat down in the sand next to him, which was such an absurd thing to do that Gaara's mind stopped working for a second. Two things. One of them wants to burn everything so the world will be clean, and one of them wants to end everything so the world will be finished. And they talk, Gaara, all the time. Every hour I've been awake since I was 7. Gaara's green eyes had gone very wide. "They tell me nobody can love a thing like me," Naruto said, "and that the only honest relationship I can have with another person is fear." "Yes." It came out of Gaara as barely a breath. "Yes, that's what it says. That's exactly what it..." "It's lying," Naruto said. "It lies because it's afraid of being alone in there with you. Mine lies for the same reason." He looked out across the ruined valley. "You aren't the demon. You're the door it's stuck behind. That's a completely different job, and you've been doing it since you were 6 by yourself with everybody in your own village telling you that you're the monster." Gaara's mouth opened. Nothing came out of it. "You held it in for 12 years, Naruto said. "Do you know how strong that is?" And Gaara of the desert, the boy who loved only himself, who had killed his first man at 6 and had lost count somewhere in the 50s, put both hands over his face and made a sound that his brother and sister, sprinting over the ridge, arriving at the top, stopping dead, had never heard him make, and did not recognize his crying until it had been going on for several seconds. Tamari's hand went to her mouth. "That's..." Kankuro couldn't finish. "Is he? Tamari, is he?" Naruto stood up as they came down the slope, and Tamari and Kankuro both stopped 10 feet away out of pure instinct, because the last thing they had seen this person do was throw their brother across the horizon. "He'll need water and about 18 hours of sleep," Naruto said. "The first real sleep he's had. Sit with him while he does it. He's going to panic when he wakes up and finds out nothing bad happened." "You..." Tamari's voice was unsteady. "Your village is under attack. By us. We're the ones. Your Kazekage's been dead for a month," Naruto said. "Orochimaru's been wearing him. You're not invading anybody. You got used. And the sooner your council hears that from you, the sooner we can all skip the war." He glanced back toward Konoha. "Go home. Take your brother." He left the ground. Kankuro sat down in the sand very suddenly and said, "To no one. He can fly. Nobody told me he can fly." The invasion collapsed in 11 minutes. It collapsed because the sand forces got a signal from their own commanders to stand down, and because the sound forces got a look at the sky over the village. 2 sound platoons dropped their weapons in the street when the gold came back over the rooftops. One of them tried to run and got as far as the wall and found the boy already standing on it. Inside the purple barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi had his old student on the ground. The third Hokage had a kunai in his shoulder and blood in his beard and Enma in his hand as an adamantine staff, and he was 69 years old, and he had been preparing to trade his own life for this. He looked down at what was left of Orochimaru, hollow-cheeked, sleeves empty, his 4 bodyguards dead or fled, the reanimation coffins never opened because 2 of the 3 had been aborted the moment the Sannin realized his hands could not complete the seals. "You came anyway," Hiruzen said, "with nothing. Why?" Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on the sky beyond the barrier, on the fading gold. "Because I had to see it again," he whispered. Sensei, do you understand what is living in your village? Do you have the faintest idea? I have spent 30 years looking for a way past death, and that boy is what death is afraid of." The barrier came down, because the 4 corners had abandoned it. Hiruzen raised Enma. Orochimaru went into the ground and was gone, and the third Hokage, breathing hard, alive, let the staff fall out of his hand and looked up at the light over his village and said very softly, "Minato, Kushina, my God, what did you 2 make?" Konoha spent 3 weeks rebuilding, and Naruto put the eastern wall back in a day and a half using molecular reconstruction on the original rubble, and 11,000 civilians came out of the shelters to watch a 12-year-old reassemble a fortification stone by stone with his hands in his pockets. an old woman brought him tea. He drank it. She burst into tears. He stood there holding the cup with the expression of a man who had prepared for many things. The mood in the village after the invasion was hard to describe and impossible to fix. Naruto Uzumaki had saved every single life in Konoha. He had also thrown a mountain-sized demon 4 miles and eaten a tailed beast bomb like a snack in front of 11,000 witnesses, and people who had watched that were now supposed to walk past him in the market and buy vegetables. They managed it badly. Vendors bowed. Children hid behind their mothers and then, over about 10 days, stopped hiding and started following him in a small silent crowd, which he tolerated. Shikamaru Nara, who had watched the whole thing from a rooftop, developed a habit of playing shogi with him on Thursdays because Shikamaru had reasoned that the most dangerous thing in the village was also the least likely to bother him about his potential. Naruto lost every single game for a month and then began to win, which Shikamaru found more disturbing than the flying. And on the 18th day, a man in a red coat landed on the roof of the Hokage Tower, struck a pose, and announced himself as the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya had come to secure the Jinchuriki. He had a plan involving 3 years of training and a strict withdrawal from the village. He had a whole speech. He got 2 minutes into it, in the training field behind the tower, and then suggested a spar to assess the kid's baseline. Naruto asked him if he was sure. Jiraiya laughed and summoned Gamabunta. The chief toad of Mount Myoboku appeared in a burst of smoke 500 feet high, pipe in mouth, and Jiraiya stood on his head with his arms folded and grinned down at a 12-year-old. "All right, kid," Jiraiya called. "Show me what you..." Naruto lifted one hand. Gamabunta rose off the ground. The entire toad, 500 feet, 40,000 tons, sword, pipe, and Sannin lifted 20 feet into the air and hung there, rotating slowly with absolutely no wind, no visible technique, and no seals. There was a pause. "What," said Gamabunta, "is happening?" "Gravitational displacement," Naruto said. "I'm holding the volume of air you're occupying. It's easier than holding you." Jiraiya, why am I in the sky?" Jiraiya, who had fought Hanzo of the Salamander at 23, who had sparred with the 4th Hokage on this exact field, gripped the toad's head with both hands and looked down at the boy and felt something go cold in his stomach. "Kid," he said, "put us down, slowly, please." Naruto put them down slowly. Gamabunta reverse summoned himself immediately and without comment. Jiraiya sat on the grass for a while. Then he laughed, and it was a real laugh, and it had a crack down the middle of it. 3 years of training," he said. "That was my pitch. I was going to take you out of the village and teach you to control the Nine-Tails chakra." "The Nine-Tails hasn't spoken to me in 5 years, Naruto said. "Excuse me?" He sits in the cage and looks at the wall. He watched what happened when I was 7 and he stopped. Naruto sat down next to him. "I've tried talking to him, twice a year, more or less. He looks at me and he goes back to looking at the wall." Jiraiya rubbed his face with both hands. "Okay," he said. "Okay, so what can I actually teach you?" Naruto considered. "Seals," he said. "I can move mountains and I can't write a storage array that doesn't leak. And you knew my parents, and nobody in this village will talk to me about them because they're all scared of what I'll do with the information." Jiraiya looked at him for a long moment. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, all right, kid. Let's start there." They came for him 9 days later. 2 figures in black coats patterned with red clouds walked into the land of fire from the north, and they did not hurry because they had never needed to. Kasame Hoshigaki carried a wrapped bundle on his back that shifted occasionally on its own. He had killed his own squad, drowned a daimyo, and left the 7 swordsmen with a body count that scared the other 6. He was in a good mood. Itachi Uchiha walked beside him and said nothing for 6 kilometers. He had reviewed the briefing 4 times. The briefing described a Jinchuriki, age 12, unusual chakra characteristics, capture recommended over engagement. The briefing had been assembled from Konoha records that were 9 months old, and it had a great deal of empty space in it. "Village outskirts," Kisame said. 2 more kilometers. Nice night for it." They came around the bend in the road, and there was a low warehouse roof on the left, and sitting on the edge of it with his legs hanging over the side was a blond boy looking at the stars. Kisame stopped first. He stopped because Samahata moved on his back. It did not shift with hunger the way it did when a fat chakra source came into range. It pressed itself flat against him, and it went very still. And in 19 years of partnership, the sword had never once done that. "Itachi," Kasame said, "something's wrong with my sword." Itachi Uchiha looked at the boy on the roof, and his Sharingan came up on reflex, and the three Tomoe spun and found nothing to read. The boy had no chakra system. He had a body, and inside the body he had something the Sharingan rendered as a solid mass of light with no coils, no gates, no flow, no pathways. An entire human being made out of a single unbroken source. And under that, wound through it, something that the Sharingan simply refused to render at all. A shape in his back that Itachi's eyes reported as an absence in the visual field, like a floater in the vitreous. He had been briefed for a Jinchuriki. "Kasame," Itachi said, "do not engage." Little late for that, partner. Naruto turned his head. "You're the Uchiha," he said, "and you're the shark. You're here for the nine tails." "Smart kid." Kasame grinned all the way around. "Come along and I won't take a leg." "He's asleep," Naruto said. "The fox. He's been asleep for 5 years. If you want him, you can come in and ask him yourself, but I've got to warn you, he doesn't get up for guests anymore." Kasame's grin flickered. "The hell does that mean?" "It means you brought a fishing net to a star," Naruto said. Kasame moved. He was fast. S-rank fast type, one of the fastest heavy weapons users alive. And he took the roof in a single jump and brought Samahata down in a full overhead swing, aimed at the boy's shoulder, and the sword shrieked before it landed. The wrappings blew off. The scales came up. Samahata's mouth opened to feed. Because Samahata always fed first and asked later, and it made contact with the outer edge of the gold. It got about a millionth of a taste. The sword's entire body convulsed. What it had bitten into was not chakra. It had no flavor. The sword had a category for. It was density without limit, a pressure that filled the sword's capacity in a fraction of a second and kept coming. And behind the light was a second taste that made every scale on the blade lock rigid. Samahata screamed. It was an actual sound. A high tearing wail out of a sword that had never made a noise other than a chuckle, and it wrenched itself sideways out of Kasame Hoshigaki's grip with enough force to dislocate 2 of his fingers, hit the roof, and skittered backward on its own scales like a dog on a tile floor until it fell off the edge and buried itself point first in the dirt of the road, where it stayed, shivering. Kasame stood on the roof holding his own hand. "Samehada," he said. The sword did not respond. The sword had, in the professional opinion of everyone present, retired. Itachi Uchiha closed his 3 Tomoe Sharingan and opened the Manjikyo. The pattern shifted into 3 curved blades and blood ran down his cheek immediately. Amaterasu. The black flames appeared on the boy in an instant. The fire that burns for 7 days and eats water and stone, and Susanoo and anything else the world tries to put in front of it. Amaterasu enveloped Naruto Uzumaki completely, from crown to heel. A human-shaped hole of black fire on a warehouse roof. Kasame let out a breath. "Well, that's that then." 3 seconds passed. Inside the black fire, something exhaled. The flames pulled inward. They came off the roof and off the air and off him, collecting, sliding down his arms in ribbons, and Naruto raised his right hand palm up, and the entirety of the Amaterasu gathered into it in a slow black ball the size of a melon, the way a man gathers fallen leaves off a path. He looked at the fire in his hand. He looked at Itachi Uchiha. "You rely on parlor tricks, Uchiha," Naruto said. "Your eyes see only what is in front of you. I see the universe." He closed his fist. The Amaterasu went out. Kasame Hoshigaki, who had never in his life seen anything extinguish the black flames, took 1 step backward on the roof. Then the boy was in front of him. There was no blur. There was no sound of movement. Kasame's field of vision contained a rooftop, and then it contained a face. And Naruto Uzumaki drove 1 fist into his midsection, with a fraction of a percent of what he had. The monster of the hidden mist left the roof at something close to the speed of sound. He went through the warehouse wall behind him, and then through the warehouse, and out the far side, and through a storage shed, and a stable, and a stone garden wall, and a shuttered noodle stand, and 4 more walls after that, and the count that the Anbu took later put it at 10 consecutive structures before he came to a stop in the crater at the back of the 10th one, with his ribs in pieces and both lungs unwilling to participate. He was conscious. He would remain conscious for the entire duration of what followed, which he considered, on reflection, to be the worst part. Itachi Uchiha did the only thing available. Susanoo. The ribcage came up around him in burning red, then the arms, then the full armored form. 70 feet of spectral samurai rising off the road with a blade in its hand, and Itachi's other eye had begun to bleed. Naruto looked up at it. "That's a lot of chakra for a man who's dying," he said. Itachi's expression did not change, and Itachi's mind moved very fast. He was not panicking. Panic is what happens when you have no information. Itachi had a great deal of information, all of it acquired in the last 11 seconds, and it added up to a complete and total revision of the operational picture. Force would fail. Genjutsu would fail. The eyes had shown him a mind with a sun in it and something worse underneath, and Tsukuyomi against that was a candle in a furnace. Sealing would fail because there was no chakra to seal. This was not a Jinchuriki. This was a phenomenon that had a Jinchuriki in it as an accessory. The Susanoo bent, scooped up Kasame from the crater, and leapt. Naruto let him go. He watched the red giant clear the outer wall in 3 bounds and vanish into the tree line, and he made no move at all, because the man with the bleeding eyes had come to kidnap him and had chosen to run instead. And there was information in that. The Anbu arrived 4 minutes later. They found a warehouse roof with a rooftop-shaped scorch mark on it in a black residue that would not scrub off. They found a hole through 10 buildings in a straight line with a shark-tooth necklace at the end of it. They found the legendary sword Samehada standing point down in the road, shivering, refusing all attempts to be picked up, and eventually a very brave Chunin got it into a sealing scroll, and the scroll went into the deepest vault in the village, where the sword remained inert for the next 4 years. And they found Naruto Uzumaki sitting on the edge of the roof again, looking at the stars. Kat took off her mask, which was against protocol. "Report," she said. "To Akatsuki," Naruto said. "The shark's ribs are broken and he'll heal." The Uchiha ran. He didn't look down. He's going blind. Whatever he's doing, he's on a clock and he knows it. "Naruto." Kat's voice was careful. "Itachi Uchiha killed his entire clan in one night." "I know. And he ran from you." "Yeah," Naruto said. "He did." Sasuke Uchiha left the village 19 days later, at 3 in the morning, through the south gate, with a pack on his back and a note on his kitchen table that said nothing anyone would want to keep. He had been building to it since the Forest of Death. The messengers had found him twice, a woman with a flute, a boy with 6 arms, a fat one, a 2-headed one, and they had put the offer to him in the same words every time. Lord Orochimaru had lost his arms. Lord Orochimaru had lost the ability to perform his transfer technique. Lord Orochimaru had lost, and he wanted an Uchiha, and he was willing to give one everything he had left. Sasuke had said not twice. The third time was after a Tuesday afternoon, when he had trained on Field 3 until his hands bled and had walked back through the village at dusk and had passed the market where a crowd of 4 people were watching Naruto Uzumaki put a collapsed roof back together for a family that had lost its in the invasion. He had watched Naruto lift the entire roof structure with one hand and rebuild the joists with the other, and a little girl had run up and grabbed his leg, and the strongest thing in the world had stood there awkwardly patting her head. And Sasuke had thought, I will never be able to reach that. Not with the Sharingan, not with a lifetime, not with everything he had, everything he was, all of his hate and all of his blood and all of his 8 years of vengeance. He could work until he died, and he would still be standing at the bottom of a wall with no top to it. And what killed him, what actually killed him, was that Naruto had never once looked down on him, never taunted, never gloated. Naruto had crouched in the forest of death and taught him how to breathe out of paralysis, like a person helping a stranger with a heavy bag. Pity from a god is worse than any beating. He said yes on the third offer. He got 11 kilometers. The Valley of the End received him at dawn, and he came out onto the water and stopped, because there was already someone standing on it. Naruto Uzumaki stood in the middle of the river with the waterfall thundering behind him. And above them both, the stone faces of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha looked down out of the cliffs with the same expression they had worn for a century. "Turn around," Naruto said. "Move." "He wants your body, Sasuke. That's the whole arrangement. You get 3 years of technique, and then he takes your eyes and wears your face, and your brother kills you in it." I said move. The mist off the falls hung in the air between them. "You have a village," Naruto said. "You have a team that will come after you and get themselves killed doing it. You have a girl who's going to stand on the road at the south gate for 3 years. That's more than most people get." "It isn't enough." Sasuke's Sharingan spun up to 3 tomo in each eye. "It's never been enough, and you don't understand, because you've never wanted anything in your life that you couldn't just take." His voice tore in the middle. "You don't have to reach for anything. You woke up with everything. You have no idea what it is to be at the bottom of the well looking up." Naruto let out a slow breath. "I know exactly what that is," he said. "I was down there for 7 years. Nobody threw me a rope, Sasuke. I climbed out through a needle in the heart." The curse mark began to spread across Sasuke's skin. It came out of his neck in a crawling flood of black flame shapes, over his shoulder, down his arm, across his face, and his left eye went bloodshot, and his chakra went from blue to a purple black that came off him in visible waves and smelled, in the air over the river, like something spoiled and ambitious. "Curse mark, second state," Sasuke said, and the transformation took him. His skin bleached to bone white. His hair grew out and darkened to blue-gray. A black star spread across the bridge of his nose, and out of his back came 2 hand-shaped wings, webbed and wrong, and the water beneath him blew outward in a ring from the pressure of it. He looked at Naruto across 40 feet of river with all of the rage of 8 years focused down to a single burning point. "You look down on me," he said. "I will show you my true power, Naruto." He went up. He hit the ceiling of his ascent at 200 feet, folded the wings and came down, and his right hand filled with lightning that was the color of the space between stars. The black Chidori came down out of the sky screaming, dragging a cone of vapor behind it, and it was the strongest technique Sasuke Uchiha would ever produce with those hands. 3 months of Kakashi's teaching and Asanin's poison, and every hour of his life since he was 8, and it was aimed at the exact center of Naruto Uzumaki's chest. Naruto did not move. His arm stayed crossed. He watched it come down the way a man watches a bird land. The Chidori hit him, and it broke. It did not pierce, and it did not push him back an inch, and it did not so much as move the fabric of his shirt. The lightning met his sternum, and it violently came apart, dispersing outward in a screaming corona in every direction at once. A wheel of black electricity blasting off his chest in a full circle, cracking the surface of the river into a crater of open air 40 feet across, splitting the mist into a ring that rushed outward and climbed both cliff faces, whiting out the base of the waterfall in a wall of spray. The rebound went back up Sasuke's arm. His wrist fractured in 3 places. The shock ran to the shoulder, and the whole limb went dead. He was thrown backward across the water, hit hard, skidded, and came up on his knees 20 feet away, with his right hand hanging off the end of his arm like something borrowed. He looked up through the spray at the place where his greatest attack had landed. There was no mark. There was no burn, no torn cloth, no singe. There was no crack in the skin, no bruise, no shift in posture. Naruto Uzumaki stood exactly where he had been standing with his arms crossed, and the only difference in him was that his eyes had changed. The left one was burning gold. The right one was solid black. "I hold back every second of every day so I do not shatter this fragile planet," Naruto said. "And you throw away your life for a snake's bite." And then the waterfall began to rise. It went up. Sasuke, on his knees in the water, saw the falling column of the Valley of the End reverse itself. The water climbing the cliff face, peeling off the rock and lifting into the air in slow curtains, defying gravity, because gravity had been informed there was something heavier in the room. The river around Naruto rippled outward in perfect rings from where he stood, over and over like a struck drum. Loose stones came off the riverbed and hung. The faces of Hashirama and Madara wept upward. It was no jutsu. There were no hand signs and there was no name for it. It was only what happens to local reality when Naruto Uzumaki stops holding himself together at the seams and lets one thread go. Sasuke Uchiha, in the second state of the curse mark, at the peak of everything he had, felt his body try to kneel and had to fight it. Naruto took a step. He crossed 40 feet of water in that step. No flash step, no body flicker, one stride that covered the distance. And his hand closed around Sasuke's throat and lifted him 3 feet above the waterline. Sasuke hit him. He hit him in the ribs with his good hand as hard as a curse-marked Uchiha can hit anything, 4 times 5. And each impact felt exactly like punching the side of a mountain, and on the 6th, his knuckles broke and he stopped. "You're going to lose consciousness in about 4 seconds, Naruto said. Try to relax through it." He did. Naruto held the limp body up with one hand and raised the other, and in his chest, in the deep place behind the sun, the void turned over and paid attention. Void thread. A single filament came out of his palm. It was as thin as a hair, and it was blacker than the space between his fingers, and it moved through the air with a horrible interest, and it went into the curse seal on Sasuke Uchiha's neck. The mark had been written out of Orochimaru's own chakra, a piece of the Sanin's ambition signed into someone else's body, a living signature, a claim of ownership at the cellular level. The void has one opinion about foreign signatures. It ate. The thread spread through the seal and through every cell the seal had ever touched, and it consumed the mark from the inside out, unspooling it, following each tendril of Orochimaru's chakra out through Sasuke's body to its finest terminal branch and subtracting it. Sasuke screamed. He came out of unconsciousness to do it, and it was short and it was ugly, and it was over in under 2 seconds. Then the black flame shapes on his skin went out, from the extremities inward, running back up his arms and his face and his chest, and vanishing into the seal on his neck. And the seal itself faded from black to gray, to a faint scar, to nothing at all. The wings folded and came apart into ash that never reached the water. His skin went from bone white back to pale. His hair shortened and blackened. His chakra dropped all the way down, past second state and past first state, and past the borrowed ceiling to what it had been before a Sanin bit him in a forest, and it settled there at baseline. A strong young Uchiha with 3 tomoe in each eye and a broken wrist. The curse mark was gone. Suppressed things come back. This was gone, burned out of every cell it had colonized, with no root left to grow from, and it would never return. Naruto flew him to the shore and set him down on the stones on his side, so he would not choke, and put a hand on his back and pushed just enough warmth into him to keep the shock from killing him. Then he stood up. The waterfall came back down, all at once in a roar. The rings on the river's surface flattened out. The stones dropped back into the water. Naruto looked at the unconscious boy on the shore for a long moment. Sasuke had a cut over one eyebrow, and his face, asleep, looked exactly the way it had at 8 years old in the academy, before all of it. "You'll hate me for this," Naruto said, for a while. He looked at the sky, and on the cliff above at the edge a woman was standing. Samui of Kumogakure had been in the Land of Fire for 11 days on treaty follow-up business. The same treaty, 4 wagons and 11 porters in a gorge that had almost become a grave. And she had been 3 miles east on the river road when she had felt her own body get heavier for a second and then lighter. She knew the signature. She had learned it in a canyon at 12 kilometers, and she had been picking it out of the world ever since, at odd moments, in strange places. Kumo Intelligence had a whole binder on the anomaly now. Samui had read the binder. Samui had also, in the 14 months since the gorge, exchanged 41 letters with the anomaly, a fact recorded in exactly 0 official documents in either village. She had come up the cliff at a dead run. She stood at the edge, hair flat against her head from the spray, and looked down into the valley of the end, at a boy standing on the water over a fallen Uchiha, with gold coming off his shoulders in slow waves like heat off a road in August, and the waterfall behind him, still deciding whether it was allowed to fall. Naruto looked up, and the light changed. It happened the way it always did around her, and it happened without him deciding it, which was the part he had stopped trying to explain. The gold pulled in. It banked. It went from the thing that had lit up a canyon and eaten a tailed beast bomb down to something small and warm and steady, less sun and more hearth. The light of a lamp somebody left on for you. He came up off the water, crossed 200 feet of open air, and landed on the cliff edge in front of her. Samui looked at him. He was 13 now. He had gotten taller in 14 months. His shirt had a hole in it over the heart, in the exact place a needle had gone in 6 years ago, and the skin under it was unmarked. The Uchiha, she said. Alive. The curse mark's gone. He's going to wake up furious and very much a normal person, and I think that's going to be harder for him than the alternative. You could have let him leave. I could have. Why didn't you? Naruto looked back down at the valley. Because he's the only person in that village who ever looked at me like a rival instead of a weather event, he said. That's worth keeping. Even the ugly version of it. Samui absorbed that, the way she absorbed everything, from the outside in, with her arms folded. Kumogakure has a file on you that is 400 pages long, she said. The Raikage reads it out loud at meetings when he wants to make a point about strategic humility. There's a section in the back with a list of scenarios for how the 5 great villages would respond if you ever decided to take something. I know. The Hokage has one too. His is shorter. What does his say? Ask him nicely, Naruto said. Samui laughed. It was 2 full exhales this time, and her shoulders moved, and she put a hand over her mouth, like the laugh had gotten out without a pass. Then she looked at him and stopped laughing and said what she had come 3 miles up a river road to say. There is a version of this where I file a report, she said. I write down what I saw at the gorge and what I've read in your letters, and I hand it to the Raikage, and Kumo makes a play for you, because that is what villages do with something like you. They come with an offer, and if the offer fails, they come with a plan, and if the plan fails, they come with everything. Her eyes were steady on his. I have had that report drafted for 11 months. I've never sent it. I know. You told me, Naruto said. In the 7th letter, you said there was something you were carrying around that you couldn't decide what to do with, and that it wasn't about the mission. Samui was silent. I thought that was, she started. It was, he said. The waterfall roared under them. The sun came up over the eastern ridge and put its light on the 2 stone faces in the cliff, and neither of the 2 people standing there looked at it. You could have anything, Samui said. Her voice had lost some of its flatness, and she let it. Anything on this continent. There is no door that stays shut for you. There is no army that means anything. You could be Hokage tomorrow if you wanted it, or Raikage, or you could take the whole map and nobody would be able to write a plan that works. She stopped. And you write letters to a jonin in Kumogakure about how the noodle place near your apartment changed its broth recipe. They ruined it, Naruto said. It was a tragedy. Naruto, he went still. I hold up a mountain and everybody sees a mountain being held up, he said. You looked at me and said you checked where my people were standing. Nobody had ever done that. He shrugged once, and it was the most human motion he had made in the entire valley. That's the whole reason. It's a small reason. I don't have a bigger one. Samui reached out and took his hand. His skin was warm. It was always warm. She had wondered about that since the gorge, whether the heat was the light or whether it was just him. And holding it was like holding a stone that had been sitting in the sun all afternoon. That's a good enough reason, she said. Naruto looked down at their hands and then up at her, and the gold in his eyes went soft all the way through. And neither of them said anything else, because he did not need to. And she could already read the answer in how he was looking at her. Below them, on the shore, Sasuke Uchiha slept without a curse mark for the first time in a year. Behind them, the land of fire spread out green and unbroken all the way to the horizon. And in a place under the boy's ribs, in a cage that had gone unvisited for 6 years, something enormous and red opened one eye in the dark. Kurama had been silent since he was 7 years old. Kurama had watched 2 impossible things go to war in a child's soul, and had gotten out of the way, and had sat down and had spent 6 years looking at a wall while the boy went out and rearranged the world. The 9-tailed fox lifted its head. It looked up through the ceiling of the cage, through the sun, through the black, out through the eyes of the boy, standing on the cliff above the valley of the end with a woman's hand in his. And for the first time in 6 years, Kurama spoke. "Something is coming for you," the fox said. "It has been watching since the night you burned that building. It has one eye and a great deal of patience, and it knows what you are because it has met your kind before." Naruto's head came up. Samui felt his hand tighten, half a degree. "What is it?" she said. He looked out at the horizon for a long moment, at all that green, at the smoke of some far village's morning fires, at the whole small fragile world that had spent 6 years learning to be afraid of him. "Company," Naruto said, and the word went out over the valley of the end, and the waterfall took it and carried it down into the spray, and never gave it back. Samui did not let go of his hand. That was the first thing he noticed, and he filed it somewhere behind his ribs where the sun lived, and it sat there giving off its own small heat. Below them, the river had gone back to being a river. Sasuke Uchiha lay on his side on the stones with his broken wrist across his chest and his face turned up toward a sky he would open his eyes on in about 4 hours and hate. The sun came the rest of the way over the eastern ridge. It put its light on the stone faces of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and both of them looked out over the valley the way they had for 100 years, which was without opinions. Samui asked one question. "What do you need? To find it before it finishes deciding how to come at me." Naruto looked north, past the tree line, past the ridge, past 40 kilometers of green that he could hear as clearly as she could hear the water. "Everything that's ever come from me came to me. Root came to my bed. Iwa came to the gorge. The snake came to a forest I was already standing in. The shark walked up a road. I let all of that happen because it was easier to let them arrive and be wrong." His fingers moved once against hers. "This one has been watching for 6 years without moving. That means it learns. I'm done being the place where things arrive." Samui absorbed that the way she absorbed weather reports. "Then we go get it," she said. "You have a treaty to finish." "I have a treaty I can finish in 9 days. She released his hand, and the release was a decision rather than a retreat, and both of them understood it that way. 9 days, then a letter, then whatever comes after the letter. "Sunrise," Naruto said. "Don't be late," said Samui, and went down the cliff path and did not look back, which cost her something. He carried the sleeping Uchiha home over one shoulder like a rolled rug, and set him down in a hospital bed at 8 in the morning, and told the medic on duty that the wrist was in 3 pieces and the ego was in more than that. The signs came in the weeks after, the way weather comes. Pressure first, then the smell of it, then the thing itself. A trade caravan out of the land of hot water reported 2 men in black coats with red clouds on them walking the old North Road at a pace that never changed for 11 hours. A gambling house in Tenzaku Town lost its owner and every ledger in the safe in a single night, and the body was found without a mark on it and without a face. A bounty station on the Firegrass border went silent for 4 days and then answered its scheduled check-in with the wrong code phrase, and the Anbu who went to look found 6 clerks stacked in the back room like cordwood and a single Hitai-8 nailed to the wall with a needle. Konoha's intelligence division put a red pin in the map. Then a second, then a third, and the third was inside the land of fire, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the line the 3 pins made and traced it with one finger and found that it ended at Naruto Uzumaki's apartment building. "They're scouting me," Naruto said when the old man showed him the map. "They're scouting a Jinchuriki. They're scouting whatever they think erased 1,100 cubic meters of Sanen's arms in a forest." Naruto rolled the map back up and handed it over. "Don't send anyone. Anyone you send is going to be standing near me when it happens, and I'd rather be alone for it." Kakuzu of Takigakure had been alive for 91 years and had spent 80 of them being the most careful man in any room he entered, which was why he was still alive when everyone who had ever been in a room with him was under a stone somewhere. He had 5 hearts in his chest, 4 of them stolen, and he kept them the way a merchant keeps coin, separated, hidden, and counted twice a day. He did concealment the way other men do breathing. Chakra flattened to a skin of itself. Steps landed on root, then rock, then root. He crossed sensory markers with his lungs shut. He was 3 kilometers out from the eastern boundary marker of the Land of Fire's inner ring, moving through second-growth forest at dusk, and he was invisible to every conventional method the continent had produced. Naruto heard him from 6 kilometers. He heard 5 heartbeats coming out of one chest, and the way they staggered, 4 of them slaved to a rhythm they hadn't been born to, all of them a half beat off the master, a wet syncopation like 4 men marching behind a 5th who kept changing his mind. He heard the rate spike at irregular intervals when the man adjusted his route around a sensory tag. He heard it flatten to a hold at each of those tags, held for 11 seconds, then resume. He heard 400 meters behind and to the west of the 5 hearts, a 6th heart, a single one, beating slow and pleased with itself. And he heard the cloth-wrapped cable coiled at that man's hip shifting as the man breathed. He heard the whole thing from a rooftop with his hands in his pockets and half a bowl of noodles going cold beside him. 2, he said. One of them has too many organs, Kurama said, from the cage in a voice like a landslide starting somewhere far away. 6 years of silence and then 2 contributions in 1 week. He's carrying stolen hearts, old technique, filthy. You're talking again. Don't get used to it. Naruto left the roof. He did not use a technique. The air where he had been standing folded inward and the bowl of noodles slid 2 inches to the left, and by the time it stopped moving, he was 3 kilometers out and dropping through the canopy without touching a branch. Kakuzu's first indication that his mission had inverted was that the forest went silent. Not the silence of predators, which he knew, and not the silence of a genjutsu, which he could break. The insects stopped. Then the leaves stopped, and there was wind, and the leaves stopped anyway. 91 years of instinct pulled all 5 of his hearts into rhythm at once and turned him 90 degrees to the left, with his threads already coming out of his forearms in a black spray. There was a boy standing on the forest floor 8 feet in front of him. Blonde, 13, headband pushed back into his hair, hands out of his pockets now. His eyes were the color of noon in a place where the sun had already gone down. 91 years, Naruto said. 4 hearts you took off people who were using them. You did the hidden waterfall's dirty work for 60 years and then billed them for it. Kakuzu's threads froze half extended. You have a bounty, he said. His voice came out of a mouth that had been stitched shut and reopened more times than he could count. The largest ever posted by 4 villages simultaneously. I came to confirm it was collectible. Is it? The old man looked at him for 1 full second with the eye of a professional appraiser, and in that second, he decided, correctly, that he was standing in front of something with a price nobody could pay, and he made the only move a professional makes when the appraisal comes back like that. He ran. Kakuzu turned and put everything he had into a single leap for the tree line, and the leap covered 40 meters, and it was the fastest thing he had done in 20 years, and Naruto's hand closed on the back of his collar in the air at the 20-meter mark. Void thread, Naruto said. A single filament came out of his index finger, black past the definition of black, thin as a hair, and interested in the way a needle is interested in cloth. It went in at the base of Kakuzu's skull, where the network branches into the cranial coils, and it did not cut anything, and it did not burn anything, and Kakuzu felt every pathway in his body, 941 nodes, the 8 gates, the tributary lines out to the fingers, the reservoir wound around his spine, the 4 grafted networks he had spent decades weaving into his own like a man splicing rope, simply stop having been there. There was no pain. That was the horror of it. Pain requires a nerve to report a wrong, and nothing had been wronged. There was subtraction. The 4 masts on his back died first. They came off the fabric and hit the ground and cracked open like dropped crockery, and the things inside them, the lightning heart and the wind heart and the fire heart and the earth heart, went out with 4 small sighs. Then the threads that made up 70% of his musculature came apart into ordinary black fiber and fell out of him through his sleeves in handfuls, and he dropped 4 inches inside his own coat. He hit the dirt and rolled and came up on his knees, and he tried to mold chakra out of habit, the way a man with an amputated hand tries to close it. and his body had no idea what he was asking for. He was 91 years old. His skin found out about it all at once. The stitches across his mouth and shoulders slackened into loose gray seams in loose gray skin, and his hands, which had crushed a Hokage's throat once in a war nobody remembered right, turned into 2 bundles of stick and paper in his lap. "Get up," Naruto said. "You'll live to 100. You'll live it in a bed with somebody feeding you, and you'll be able to hear everything, and you'll have all of it to think about. The bounty office in Tanzaku has your file. Turn yourself in or don't." Kakuzu of the waterfall, who had been the most careful man in every room for 80 years, made a sound like a hinge. And Hidan came out of the western brush at a dead sprint with his scythe already up. The cable was wrapped in cloth to kill the sound, and he threw it low and flat, and it came at Naruto's spine at 90 kilometers an hour without so much as a whisper of air over the blades. And Hidan came behind it with his teeth bared, and his eyes bright, and his god's name already halfway out of his mouth, because Hidan had watched what happened to his partner from 90 meters and had made his decision in the first quarter second, and his decision was toward. The immortal moved toward the threat. Naruto turned around. Void manifestation. The tendrils came out of his back in a spreading fan. 8, then 20, jagged and endless, moving with that horrible patient joy, arranged in a way that had nothing to do with perspective, so that the ones farthest away looked largest. They took the scythe first. 3 blades and 11 feet of cable stopped having been forged. Then they took Hidan. He was a man who had been cut into 6 pieces and buried, and had crawled his own head back to his own body and stitched himself together with a scowl. He had been decapitated twice, disemboweled routinely, and set on fire by professionals. Immortality was a promise his god had made him, and his god, whatever else was true about it, had kept. Immortality is a property. Properties belong to the world. The void does not accept a document from the world. The tendrils folded around him at 6 angles at once, and Hidan of the Hidden Rain, killer of 11 priests and a daimyo's family, stopped mid-stride and mid-syllable, and the space he had occupied held a shimmer of wrongness for a quarter second, a heat ripple in cold air, and then the shimmer cleaned up after itself, and there was forest where a man had been running. No body, no blood. His sandals were still there, one of them turning over slowly on the leaf litter. Kakuzu stared at the sandals. Naruto let the tendrils fold back into his spine. Then he turned his face toward the north-northwest, past the ridge, past the 40 kilometers, out along the line the 3 red pins had made in a map, toward whatever was carrying this back. "Tell Akatsuki I received their message. This is mine." He said it at conversational volume to an empty forest. Nobody was there to hear it who could carry it. That was the point. And everyone who eventually heard about it understood the point, because there is a difference between a threat that needs an audience and a fact that only needs to be spoken aloud once to be filed. The empty trees took it the way a room takes a door closing. Then he walked away, and the insects, after a while, started up again. Jiraiya of the Sannin got the field report 4 days later, at a table in the corner of a tea house on the north road out of Konoha, with a cup in front of him and half a page of a manuscript he had been failing to write since spring. He read it once fast and then once slowly. The Anbu tracking team had recovered 4 cracked masks, 1 pair of sandals, and 1 man who gave his name as Kakuzu, who was in the medical wing of the intelligence division under 3 separate seals that had turned out to be unnecessary because the subject could not stand without help. The subject had been cooperative. The subject had provided, without being asked twice, the locations of 2 Akatsuki safe houses, the payment routes, the ring rotation, and the composition of the pairs. The subject had also asked the interrogator twice whether anyone had found his partner, and the interrogator had written in the margin of the report, "He is not asking for the body. He does not believe there was one." Jiraiya sat with that. He was very still. The tea went from hot to warm, and then it went from warm to the temperature of the room, and he did not touch it, because his hands were flat on the table on either side of the paper, and he had been in this trade for 40 years, and he knew what his hands did when he stopped watching them. He had known Hanzo of the Salamander. He had known Danzo, and the fourth, an Orochimaru at his best and worst. He had a mental model of the world that had held up under all of them. He pulled a fresh sheet toward him and picked up a brush and wrote, "Dear Tsunade," and then he wrote, "I need you to come home, and I need to tell you what I've been teaching." And then he stopped, because the next sentence had to be a description of what had happened in that forest, and he could not find an order of words that made it easier to read. He put the brush down. "Fine," he said to the T. "I'll tell her out loud, and I'll be standing near a wall." He had been in Konoha 11 months by then. The arrangement had settled into something both of them had grown around. Mornings were seals. Jiraiya had discovered in the first week that Naruto Uzumaki's grasp of ceiling theory was that of a bright and enthusiastic academy dropout who happened to be able to move a mountain. And the discovery had been a relief so enormous that Jiraiya had actually sat down in the grass. Here at last was a room the boy was not already standing at the top of. Here was ink on paper and rules, and the fact that a 5-point storage array will leak 9% of its contents in a month if you rush the anchor stroke, and no amount of 1,000,000 suns fixes a rushed anchor stroke. Naruto ruined 11 brushes in the first month out of pure impatience, and then, without any announcement, got good. Afternoons were whatever Konoha needed, and Konoha, once it had gotten used to the idea, had discovered that it needed a great deal. There is a lot of work in a village that only one person can do, and a lot of it has nothing to do with fighting. The eastern reservoir wall had a fracture 80 feet down in water, too cold and too deep for a work crew, and Naruto went down and came up an hour later, and the fracture was one continuous piece of stone with no seam in it. A fire in the merchant quarter jumped a fire break at 2 in the morning, and he stood in the middle of the street and took the heat out of the air over 4 blocks, the way a man takes a pot off a stove. A logging accident in the North Forest put 9 men under 200 tons of stacked timber, and he had all 9 of them out and breathing in under a minute, and then, because they asked him to, restack the timber. None of that made the village comfortable with him. It made the village fond of him, which was different and stranger, and it arrived in ways nobody had planned. An elderly couple started leaving a wrapped meal on his windowsill every 3rd day, and refused, in the face of direct questioning, to admit it was them. The children stopped hiding entirely. The children became, in fact, a problem, in that there were between 4 and 11 of them behind him at any given hour after school. And he had to develop a policy, and the policy was that they could follow him anywhere that was not a mission, and they had to be home by full night. And it worked. And eventually their parents stopped worrying, which was the most surprising development of all. And once a month, a letter came in the Kumogakure diplomatic pouch addressed to N. Uzumaki, Konohagakure, personal, and the clerk who handled the pouch developed a habit of walking it over himself instead of sending it through internal mail, because he liked to be there when it was opened. On a morning in the 3rd week of the 11th month, Naruto set down his brush in the middle of a ceiling lesson and asked, "Tell me about my parents." Jiraiya's hand stopped over the inkstone. Naruto had not built to it. He had said it exactly the way he asked for a mission briefing, with his hands still and his eyes level and his shoulders where they had been a second earlier, and that was somehow worse than shouting. "Kid, you knew them." Naruto capped the ink. "You've known for 11 months that I don't know, and every time it comes near the conversation you get up and check the weather. The old man does the same thing with different vocabulary. I've had 6 years of careful non-answers from people who are afraid of what I do with the information. That's fair. I'm going to do nothing with the information. I'm going to know it." He looked up. "I'm asking now because now is when I asked. There's never going to be a better moment. You've been waiting for one for 11 months, and there isn't one." Jiraiya set the brush across the stone. He looked at the boy for a while, and then out at the training field, and then he laughed. One short breath with nothing funny in it, and he told him. "Your mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki," he said. "She came here from Uzushiogakure when the Whirlpool Village fell, and she was 9, and she showed up at the academy with red hair down to her waist and a mouth on her that could take paint off a wall. They called her Tomato because of the hair. She put 4 of them in the hospital in the first month, and after that they called her Kushina. She was strong. She was a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya said it without cushioning because the boy had asked for information. The 9 tails was in her before it was in you. She held it for 23 years and never once slipped, and while she was doing that, she was also one of the best sealers alive, and she had the Uzumaki chakra chains. You could put a tailed beast on the ground with those, and she did, more than once. She had a laugh that made people in the next room look up. She'd hunt you across 3 districts if you touched her food, and she meant it. And there's a Jonin still living in this village who lost most of an ear over a bowl of miso that he swears to this day he thought was abandoned. Naruto did not smile. Exactly. Something moved under his face. Your father, Jiraiya said, and had to take one breath before the rest of it, was Minato Namikaze. The training field was very still. The 4th Hokage, Naruto said. My student, I had 3. 2 of them are what they are. Jiraiya put his palms on his knees. Minato was the best of us and the best of anybody. He was fast. People say that and they mean he moved quickly, and that isn't what I mean. He solved space. He could be in the place where the thing was going to happen before the thing decided to happen, and he was steady in a way that outranked all of it. I've seen him walk into a war council with 16 people screaming at each other and stand there for 10 seconds without saying a word until the room ran out of noise, and then he'd say the thing everyone in the room had been failing to say for an hour, and they'd do it. He was afraid of my mother. Terrified. Publicly. He'd go up against Iwa's entire front line without changing his breathing, and if Kushina got that particular set to her jaw, he'd start apologizing before he knew what for. Jiraiya's voice went rough at the edges. He loved her the way a lighthouse loves the coast, kid. He wasn't complicated about it. Naruto waited. On the night of the 10th of October, 13 years ago, Jiraiya said, the 9 tails came out of your mother during your birth, because a Jinchuriki seal is weakest at that hour, and there was a man in a mask standing behind it who made sure of it. That's a separate conversation, and we're going to have it. The fox came out, and it was inside the village in 9 minutes, and there was one option on the table that ended with the village still standing. He sealed it into me. He sealed half of it into himself and took it with him when he died, and the other half he put in you. And the technique that did it cost the user his life, which he knew before he started. Jiraiya's face did the thing it had been holding off doing for 11 months. It came apart in the small ways, the corners and the jaw and the muscle under one eye, and he did not hide it, which was the only real respect he had left to offer. He was your father, Naruto. The man who put the fox in you was your father, and your mother held the fox down with her chains from the ground, with her insides torn open so he'd have time to do it. And they both used the last 30 seconds they had left to argue about what to name you. Naruto did not cry. He sat with it. He turned it over the way he turned everything over, from the outside in, examining the shape of it, checking the weight, setting it down in the right place. Jiraiya watched a 13-year-old process the single largest fact of his own existence with the demeanor of a man reading a map, and understood, with a kind of grief he had no name for, that this was what 6 years of being the most dangerous thing on the continent had done to the boy's insides. He did not react first. He filed first. Then Naruto said the sentence. He looked at the worst thing that ever happened to this village and decided I was strong enough to hold it, he said. That's the first time anybody ever thought that about me, and he did it before he met me. Jiraiya put a hand over his eyes. He stayed like that for 11 seconds. Then he dropped the hand and picked the brush back up and cleared his throat twice. Your anchor stroke is still rushed, he said. It leaks 9%. It leaks 11% because you're also cutting the 4th corner. Do it again. They did it again because some moments are best honored by continuing, and because both of them knew it. The intelligence came in 6 weeks later through 3 channels at once, which is how you know it is real. Omega Kure had stopped exporting. Every merchant route through the rain country had been closed, which had happened before. But this time the closure had a date on it, and the date was 2 months out. And it was the same date on all 3 intelligence products. A Konoha asset inside the Land of Rivers reported that a man in a black coat with red clouds had personally visited 2 of Akatsuki's remaining pairs and given them a standing order to return to the tower. And a bounty broker in the Land of Hot Water sold Konoha for an insulting amount of money, a single sheet of paper with 6 drawings on it, 6 faces, all of them with the same orange and black piercings, all of them with the same rippled eyes. Jiraiya looked at the sheet for a long time. "I know one of those faces," he said, "the middle one. He was a kid I taught for 3 years in the rain during the Second War. He was 11. He'd feed dogs before he'd feed himself." "You're going alone," Naruto said. "I'm going alone. I'm the only person alive who has any chance of getting into that village and out again without starting a 5th war. And I've got a toad network in the drainage system there that's been dormant for 22 years. Jiraiya rolled the sheet. "This is a look, not a fight. I'll be back inside of 2 weeks. Naruto did not argue. Jiraiya left through the north gate at 4 the following morning, and Naruto walked out of the north gate at 4 the following morning, and neither of them said anything about it for 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, on a rise above the Kanabi River Valley, Jiraiya turned around. There was nobody on the road behind him. There had been nobody on the road behind him for 3 days. What there had been, since the boundary marker at the edge of the Land of Fire, was a temperature. It was the specific warmth of standing near a stove somebody had left on, and it had been at his back at a distance of about 400 meters for 71 hours, and at some point on the 2nd day, Jiraiya had realized that he had stopped being cold at night. "Kid," he said to the empty road. Naruto came out of the tree line at a walk. "You're going back," Jiraiya said. "I mean it. I know what you are, and I know what you can do, and I don't care. There's a version of this where I get in and out and nobody dies. There is no version where you walk into Amigakure and it stays a village." "There is one," Naruto said. "Kid, you're going to a place where 6 of him live," Naruto said. "I'm going to a place where 1 of me does. Only one of those is a problem, and it isn't mine." He said it the way you tell somebody the road forks in 2 kilometers. Jiraiya opened his mouth. Then he closed it and rubbed the back of his neck and started walking again. And the warmth came up alongside him instead of behind him, and neither of them mentioned it after that. It rained in Amigakure the way blood pressure happens in a body, constantly, at every altitude, without a vent. The village was a forest of pipe and tower, gray steel and gray concrete, 10,000 vertical lines going up into a ceiling of cloud that had not lifted in 19 years. Water came off every edge. It filled the gutters and the channels and the flooded lower streets where boats moved between buildings, and it fell on the 2 of them from the moment they crossed the outer boundary, and 11 seconds after they crossed it, Nagato knew. "He's got the rain wired," Jiraiya said, under a broken awning on the 4th level of a dead industrial block. "Every drop. It's a sensory net. He knows how many of us there are, and he knows how heavy we are. Then he already knows I'm heavier than I look. Kid, the rain's landing on you and going up." Naruto glanced at his own shoulder. The falling water was hitting the gold about a centimeter off his skin and coming apart into steam and drifting upward in a thin column, and it had been doing it since the boundary, and he had honestly failed to notice. "Huh?" he said. The first body came out of the water at the end of the street. It came up out of a flooded intersection without disturbing the surface. Orange hair flat with rain, black rods punched through the bridge of its nose and its ears, and the eyes were rippled gray rings going out from the pupil like the aftermath of a stone dropped in a pond. "Jiraiya-sensei," said the Devapath, and then for a while, it was the Toad Sage's fight. Jiraiya went into Sage mode in 4 seconds flat with Shima and Fukasaku on his shoulders and the pigment coming up around his eyes, and he opened with a wind-style Toad gun that took the corner off a building, and the second body was already in the air behind him. He fought beautifully. He read the Preta path in one exchange, watched it eat a full-power Rasengan through the palms. and stopped throwing ninjutsu at it inside of 9 seconds. He read the animal path by the summoning contract smell and started killing the summons on arrival. A rhino, 120 feet of centipede, a multi-headed dog he cut in half, and which then became 2 dogs, at which point he swore and switched to frog song. He put the human path through a wall with a sage-enhanced elbow that would have ended most Jonin's careers. He took the Naraka Path's King of Hell construct by surprise with a great fireball that lit the whole flooded block orange for one whole beautiful second. He got Fukasaku and Shima into position, and the genjutsu went out. Ninja art, toad confrontation chant, and 3 of the 6 bodies froze mid-motion. And Jiraiya crossed 60 meters of open water and drove Big Ball Rasengan through the animal path's sternum and out the other side, and the body came apart into a spray of rods and rain. That was the high water mark. The problem with fighting 6 bodies that share one field of vision is that the ones you fool tell the ones you didn't. The Naraka Path put its hand on the animal path's remains, and the King of Hell's mouth opened, and the body came back up out of it whole and standing. And Jiraiya, who had thought he had won something, watched the thing he had killed get to its feet and stretch its neck. Then the Deva Path said, "Shinra Tensei," and the flooded street went out from under Jiraiya in every direction at once, and Shima's hip broke, and a spike of rebar the length of an arm went through the Sanin's left shoulder and pinned him to a wall 30 meters back, and the Asura Path's chest opened into a weapons rack, and Jiraiya, half blind with rain and blood, doing the calculation that every professional eventually does, arrived at the number. The number was 6-1, and one of the 6 ate ninjutsu, and one of them could put the others back together, and he had 11 seconds of sage chakra left. "Sensei," said the Deva Path from the middle of the street, "you should have stayed in the land of fire." "Nagato," Jiraiya said, around the taste in his mouth. "Kid, look at me and say my name." "Nagato is a name for a man," the body said. "I am past that. I am the answer this world produced when it ran out of excuses. I am." The wall behind the Deva Path stopped existing. It went from being 90 tons of poured concrete to being a rectangle of open rain, and through the rectangle came a 13-year-old boy at 410 kilometers an hour. And the pressure wave he was pushing in front of him took the next 3 walls behind that one. The human path, the sensory body, the one whose function was to read, turned its head toward him and went physically still in mid-stride, 1 foot off the ground, because the reed had come back, and the reed was a wall of white with no numbers in it. All 6 bodies stopped at once. The Deva Path's face, Yahiko's face, dead 9 years, wearing Nagato's will like a coat, did something that face had not done since the day it stopped being alive. The features settled into a stillness that was its own kind of announcement. It was the expression of a man who has spent 20 years building an instrument that has never once been wrong, and who has just looked at the instrument and found it reading a value that the instrument was not built to display. "What is that?" said Pain in 6 mouths at once. 3 bodies moved. The Asura Path went first, because the Asura Path was built to go first. Its right arm segmented and rotated and became a cannon, and it fired a missile at 40 meters, and the missile hit Naruto in the chest and detonated, and the flash lit the whole flooded district white. Naruto walked out of the flash without a mark on him, and without slowing down. "Solar absorption," he said, and the fire of the detonation, which was still expanding, reversed. Every jewel of it came off the air and went into his chest in a long orange thread that made a sound like inhaling. Then he took the Asura Path's head off with the back of his hand, not with a strike. He raised his arm to about shoulder height on the way past, the way a man moves a curtain, and the head and the top 11 centimeters of mechanical spine left the body at a velocity that put them through 2 buildings and into the river beyond. The rest of the Asura Path stood upright for a full second, weapons ports still cycling, and then the cannon arm fell off, and then the body did. The animal path bit its thumb and slammed both hands down. Summoning jutsu. They came up out of the flooded street in a column of smoke. The giant centipede, 300 feet of segmented chitin, the multi-headed dog with 6 mouths already open, the drilling rhinoceros with its horns spinning at 1,000 rotations a minute, the great crustacean, the bird. 5 summons at once, the full contract, an assault that had leveled the last 4 settlements to see it. Void manifestation, Naruto said. The tendrils came out of his back in a spreading black fan, and this time there were 50 of them, and they did not obey the rain, which slid off them by declining to have fallen. The centipede stopped having been summoned. Not returned, not dispersed, subtracted from the contract and from the record of the contract, and from the memory of the toad equivalents in whatever realm it had come from. The dog got 2 of its 6 heads through the air toward him, and then the whole animal folded inward around a point and went out like a wick. The rhino, drilling forward at 100 kilometers an hour, hit a tendril the way a train hits the end of the world. 4 seconds. 5 summons. Conan, watching from a tower 800 meters up through a lens of her own paper, felt her hands go cold inside her sleeves. The Naraka path put its palms on the water, and the King of Hell rose behind it. The enormous purple-black head coming up out of the street with its mouth open. The construct that had returned every one of Pain's bodies to service for 6 years. The reason the 6 paths had never lost anybody permanently. The King of Hell's face came around and found Naruto. The gold hit it before Naruto had even fully turned to look. It came off him in a low sheet, warm rather than absolute, brightening the underside of the cloud ceiling over half of a megakure, and every window in the block lit up as if the sun had come to the rain country to check on a rumor. The King of Hell reversed. 60 feet of judgment construct pulled its own head back down into the water it had come from, and the Naraka path, the body, the human corpse operating it, took 2 steps backward into a wall. That's the most honest thing anyone's done all day, Naruto said. He came across the street. The Naraka path raised both hands and Naruto put a fist through its chest, and the impact drove the body 11 meters into the concrete, and the concrete around the impact point turned to powder in a ring 4 meters across, and the black rods came out of the corpse's spine like nails out of a board and clattered into the flood. Then the stillness came down. Rain on steel. Rain on water. Rain hitting the gold at a centimeter off Naruto Uzumaki's skin and going up in thin white columns from both shoulders. 3 bodies were gone. 3 remained. The human path with its hand still half raised, the Preta path standing motionless in 6 inches of water, and the Deva path in the middle of the street with its rippled eyes on him. Jiraiya, pinned to a wall 30 meters back with a bar through his shoulder and sage mode fading out of his face, said, out loud, to nobody, "Oh kid," the Deva path spoke. "You have come to interfere in something you cannot understand," Pain said. "This world knows only pain. It knows only cycles of it. Men are children who have never been struck hard enough to learn. I will strike them hard enough. I will hold a weapon over this world that is too terrible to use, and in the shadow of it, they will know peace for as long as their fear lasts, and when the fear fades, I will strike again. I am the answer. I am the god of this world's peace, and I am the god of its suffering, and both of those are the same god." Naruto stepped over what was left of the Ashura path. "I have held gods in my hands," he said. "They were smaller than you think, and they submitted." He said it standing in the rain, in a ruined street in a village that had built its whole theology out of one man's grief, and something in the way he said it made Conan, 800 meters up, put her hand flat against the window glass. The Deva path's answer was to leave. All 3 remaining bodies went straight up, the Preta path carrying the human path, the Deva path riding its own repulsion into the cloud. And they were gone into the ceiling of gray inside of 2 seconds, and the rain kept coming down. Naruto let them go. He walked back and pulled the rebar out of the wall with his fingers and caught Jiraiya as the seinen came off it, and put one palm against the wound, and the bleeding stopped, and the edges of the hole knit together into new pink skin over the course of about 4 seconds. "Purifying light," Naruto said. "It works better on people than on tailed beasts. There's less of you." "You didn't finish him. He isn't there. Those are corpses with rods in them." Naruto looked up into the cloud. "The real one's alive somewhere in this village with a chakra signature, like a man breathing through a straw at a heart rate of 38. I could find him in an hour. He'd be dead in an hour and 1 minute." "Then why aren't you?" Because you taught him, Naruto said. And you've been carrying that for 20 years. And if it's going to end with him dead, I'd rather it end after you've had one conversation with him. You get one attempt. I'll be within a kilometer. Jiraiya, standing in a flooded street in the rain with the blood still on his coat and his hands shaking from Saj chakra withdrawal, looked at a 13-year-old who had just annihilated 3 of the 6 paths of pain in 11 seconds and had then stopped out of consideration for an old man's history. You are your mother's son, he said, and your father's, and I have no idea where the rest of you came from. Land of Rivers, Naruto said. 11 years ago, it came down in a crater. Nagato did not stand down. He had built his theology brick by brick over 20 years, out of a dead friend and a dead teacher, and a country that had been 3 other countries' battlefield for as long as anyone alive could remember, and a boy with gold eyes walking through his best 3 bodies did not unbuild any of it. It did something else. It moved his timeline. The order went out that night to every remaining piece of Akatsuki's machinery, and the order was one word, and the word was now. They came for Konoha 8 days later, at 11 in the morning, from 6 directions at once. Kurama told Naruto 4 hours before it happened. They're moving, the fox said, in the middle of a sealing lesson, and Naruto's brush stopped, 6 of them, coming in from 6 vectors. I can feel the rods. The same metal they use in those corpses was mined out of the same place as the chains that held me under Kusagakure, and I have never forgotten how that metal tastes. How long? 4 hours, maybe 5. Naruto had the Hokage out of a council meeting inside of 90 seconds, and the northern shelters open inside of 6 minutes, and the civilian evacuation running inside of 20. Konoha had drilled this since the sand invasion. Konoha was good at this now. They got 2/3 of the civilian population underground before the sky came apart. The other third were in the streets, or in the market, or in the hospital, or in the academy building on the east side, where a substitute teacher named Kobayashi was in the middle of a lesson on chakra theory. And the honest part of this story, the part that the recovery has to be built on top of, is that Naruto Uzumaki could not be in 6 places at once, and 894 people died in Konohagakure that day. The Deva path arrived first, on the head of the 4th Hokage on the monument, 600 feet above the village, and looked down at the place his teacher had come from. Shinra Tensei, said Pain, the southern commercial district ceased to be a district. The technique came down as a hemisphere of pure repulsion, 200 meters across, and it did not knock buildings over. It removed the relationship between the buildings and the ground. Roofs went sideways at 300 kilometers an hour. Load-bearing walls came off their foundations in single pieces and traveled the length of a street before they broke. The Hokage Tower's south face lost every window at once. The sound arrived a half second after the pressure, and it was one enormous flat crack, like the sky's spine going, and it was heard in Tanzaku Town, 900 structures. 4 seconds. The animal path came over the eastern wall on the back of the great crustacean and put 300 feet of chitin through the wall itself. And the multi-headed dog came in after it and split again. And the 16 resulting animals went into the residential blocks like a fire going into a paper house. The Ashura path landed in the merchant quarter and opened every port it had. The human path came through the hospital's ground floor entrance on foot, walking, pulling souls out of the heads of the orderlies who tried to stop it, and setting the bodies down gently, which somehow made it worse. The Preta path took up a position at the south gate and stood there absorbing every ninjutsu that came at it from the 11-man defense squad until the squad ran out of chakra, and then it killed them with its hands. Kakashi Hatake put together a fighting retreat in the eastern quarter that saved 400 people and cost him 19 shinobi. Might Guy opened the 6th gate against the crustacean and could not hurt it. Shizune got 2 surgical wings into the basement before the roof came down. Iruka Umino carried children out of a burning building 4 at a time until his hands split open, and then he did it 8 more times. And Naruto Uzumaki went to work. He did not become the village's shield, because a shield has to be everywhere, and he was one thing in one place at a time. He triaged. The first thing he did was catch the academy. The building had been at the edge of the Shinra Tensei's radius, and it had lifted off its foundation and come back down wrong, and its entire eastern wall was leaning out over the evacuation corridor with 300 people underneath it and 11 seconds of structural integrity left. Naruto came down the corridor at ground level at 700 kilometers an hour, stopped dead in the air under the leaning wall, and put both hands up. 4,000 tons of academy stopped. The people underneath it looked up. That was the first Konoha saw of him that day. A boy in the air with a building on his palms and the gold coming off him in slow waves. "Keep moving north," he said at conversational volume, and everyone in the district heard it. "Don't look up. Keep moving north." They moved north. He held the wall for 11 seconds until the last of them cleared, and then he pushed it back onto its footings and ran a thread of gold down through the mortar line, and the wall knit itself to the foundation with a sound like a door closing. And then he was gone. The crustacean was crossing the 3rd district toward the hospital. He hit it in the air. He came up under its ventral plate at altitude, took it off the ground entirely, 300 feet of summon, weight in the tens of thousands of tons, and carried it up, and the whole collision happened 400 meters above Konoha instead of in the streets, which was the difference between a district and a memorial. At the top of the arc, he set his feet against nothing and drove both fists down through the shell. The crustacean came apart along its own seams and went out of the world in a burst of reverse summoning smoke that spread across the whole sky over the village like a gray flower. And every person in Konoha who looked up saw it happen. Down at the hospital, a medic named Yuki Sasaoka, 24 years old, standing at a 4th floor window with a patient under each arm, watched the thing that had been coming to kill everyone in her building get lifted off the ground by a boy she had treated for a sprained wrist 18 months earlier. And she said, out loud, in front of 9 other people, "Oh, thank God, he's home." Nobody in the room asked her which god she meant. The Ashura path had a street. It had taken up position at the mouth of the market row, which was 200 meters long and full of people who had gone the wrong way. And it opened its chest and its shoulders and both forearms and fired everything at once. 4 missiles, a spread of drilling projectiles, and a beam that could cut a bridge. Naruto put himself in front of the street. He did not raise a barrier. He stood on the paving stones with his feet apart and his arms down at his sides and let it hit him. And the market row watched a 13-year-old take a bombardment designed to reduce a fortification, and the detonations went up around him in a wall of orange and white, and the pressure blew every awning off every frame on both sides of the road, and the concussion went through the crowd and put half of them on the ground. The fire cleared. He was standing in a crater 11 centimeters deep, with his clothes smoking, and his eyes exactly where they had been. An old man named Genzo, who sold pickled radish and had, 13 years earlier, refused to serve a 4-year-old with whisker marks, sat down hard in the middle of the road and started to cry, which is a thing that happens to people. "Void pulse," Naruto said. He crossed the 200 meters in one step and put his open palm against the Asura Path's midsection and pushed a thread of the black through it. There was no sound, and there was no blood. And what happened to the Ashura Path was that a cylinder of it 4 inches across and 2 meters long, running from the abdomen out through the spine and out the back and 11 meters into the wall behind, stopped ever having occupied that space. The body folded around the absence and dropped. The human path found him in the hospital's front lot with the king of hell nowhere in sight, and its hand already out. It got the hand on his forehead. It engaged the technique, the one that reaches into the skull and takes the soul out through the top, like drawing a cork. And the human path's face, in the quarter second before the technique completed, wore an expression of something close to reverence, because it had never gotten to read a soul this large. Then the technique made contact with the light and the void at the same time. The human path's face went through 3 states in under a second. The first was ecstasy. The second was the face of a man who has put his hand into a river and found the river going both directions. The third was nothing at all, because the light came up his arm and through his shoulder and into the corpse's skull, and the void came up behind the light, and the two of them argued about which one got him, and the argument took less time than a blink. What fell down in the hospital lot did not have a top half. The Predapath went for the absorption. It was the most experienced of the six at this. It had eaten a Sanin's Rasengan, a fire-style barrage from an entire Konoha squad, a Jonin's lightning blade at point blank, and Might Guy's morning peacock, which is chakra adjacent enough to count. It put both palms out and engaged blocking technique absorption seal, and it was completely and totally correct about the fundamentals, which was the problem. You cannot absorb chakra from a thing with no chakra in it. What went into the Predapath's palms was density. It arrived without a category, at a pressure the technique had no upper bound for, and it filled the body's absorptive capacity in about a fifth of a second, and then kept coming, and the seal on the body's palms lit up gold and stayed gold and burned all the way through to the wrists. The Predapath came apart from the hands inward. Its arms went, then its chest, then the black rods in its spine, and what came down in the road at the south gate was a pile of rods and a coat. The Devapath came last. It landed in the middle of what had been the southern district, standing on a hill of its own making, and Naruto came down out of the smoke 60 meters away and stopped in the street. "You have destroyed 5 bodies," Pain said. "That is a thing no one has ever done." "6, Naruto said. "The animal paths under the wall." The rippled eyes closed for a moment. "Then you will understand what comes next. Shinra Tensei at maximum is not a push. Nagato had used it at full output 4 times in his life, and each of the 4 times had produced a change in the local map. He put every gram of repulsive force his body could route through Yahiko's corpse into one point, and the point was the ground under Naruto Uzumaki's feet, and the technique went off. The sound came first. It was one flat, unbelievable crack that broke every remaining window in Konoha, and behind it came the wave, and the wave had a visible edge. It hit him. Naruto's feet stayed where they were. The ring of force came off him laterally, all of it redirected sideways by the simple fact of an immovable surface, and it went out through the ruined district at ground level and stripped the facades off 11 buildings that had survived the first pass. And it flattened the standing rubble in a 200-meter arc behind him, and the pressure differential pulled the smoke out of the whole quarter in one enormous inhalation. The dust cleared. Naruto had not moved. His feet were on the same 2 paving stones. The stones were intact. On a rooftop 900 meters north, Shikamaru Nara, flat on his stomach with a spyglass, said, No, he didn't slide. Sensei, he didn't slide." Asuma Sarutobi took the spyglass off him without asking. Naruto looked up at the Devapath across the 60 meters and said what he had come to say. "This ends in the next 60 seconds, either by your choice or mine." The Devapath answered with Shinra Tensei again. Because it had one answer, Naruto walked into it. He crossed the 60 meters through the repulsion field at a walking pace, with the force coming off his shoulders in 2 visible white cones, and he closed the distance in 9 steps. And on the 9th step, he broke the Devapath's left arm at the elbow with a downward strike that made a sound like a bat hitting a table. "Shinra Tensei," Pain said again, from 10 centimeters away, and the technique went off in Naruto's face and did nothing except take the roof off a building 400 meters behind him. "Almighty Push has a 5-second refractory," Naruto said, and broke the other arm. "Bansho Tenin." The technique reversed, and the pull took hold, and the Devapath yanked with everything it had, and the result was that Pain's body was dragged toward Naruto rather than Naruto toward Pain, and the corpse arrived at his fist at 70 kilometers an hour with its own attractive force behind it. And its ribcage stopped being a shape. The Devapath went 30 meters and hit a standing chimney and took it down. Then Nagato did the last thing left in the book. The Devapath got its ruined body upright, raised what remained of its arms, and the black sphere formed above the district, a point of gravity as bright and small as a nailhead, hanging 11 meters up, and everything in the district started to leave the ground. Chibaku Tensei. Rubble went first. Then the paving stones came out of the roads in sheets. Then the topsoil, then the bedrock under the topsoil, and 100,000 tons of the land of fire tore itself upward and packed around the point, layer on layer, compressing, and Naruto Uzumaki went up with it, and was swallowed at the third layer, and did not come back out. The moon finished forming 90 seconds later. It hung 400 feet over southern Konoha, 400 feet across, an artificial planetoid with a district's worth of the Earth's crust squeezed into it, grinding, settling, with pressures at the core high enough to turn stone into other stone. Konoha, from every rooftop and every shelter mouth and every ridge, watched it hang there. Is he? Somebody said. Inside, in the middle, in a pocket of absolute lightlessness under 100,000 tons of compressed earth, at a pressure that would have crushed a whale into a coin, Naruto Uzumaki was pinned in every direction at once, and he could not extend his arms, and for the first time in 6 years something was actually touching him from all sides. Well, said Kurama comfortably, this is new. It's a rock, Naruto said, into the stone. It's a great deal of rock. You want to say something else? I want to say that I have been sealed inside things for 1,000, the fox said, and you have been inside one for 90 seconds, and I am enjoying it more than I expected to. Get on with it. The void, which had been curled in the base of his spine for 6 years, woke up in a closed space. It had a specific opinion about closed spaces. Void manifestation, Naruto said, and the tendrils came out of him inside a sphere of solid rock with nowhere to go, and so they went everywhere. Chibaku Tensei came apart from the center outward along every fracture plane at once. The fragments did not fly. They were offered, and the void accepted the offer, and the sphere ate itself from the inside. 400 feet of compressed planetoid, unmaking in a spreading front, layer by layer, the black moving out through the stone faster than the stone could report that it was going. And from the outside, what 11,000 people saw was a small moon hanging over their village that developed a hole in the middle and then finished being a hole. There was no debris, there was no shockwave, and no rain of rock, and nothing came down on anybody's head, because the entire mass of the technique was subtracted from the world in one continuous 4-second event. And when it was over, the sky over southern Konoha was simply the sky, and a boy was hanging in the middle of it, with his hair standing straight up and the gold coming back on across his shoulders like a lamp getting a fresh wick. Anko Mitarashi on the wall screamed something that was later officially recorded as unintelligible. Naruto came down in the street in front of the Deva path. Yahako's body was finished. The arms were gone, the rib cage was a ruin, one of the rippled eyes had gone gray and blind, and the body was upright only because Nagato was holding it up out of stubbornness at a range of 11 kilometers through a paper and steel tower in the middle of a rain-drowned village. 22 seconds left, Naruto said. You've still got the choice. The Devapath's mouth moved. What choice is there? Pain said, for a god who has met his own. You aren't a god and I'm not yours, Naruto said. Here's the choice. I go up that valley and find you, and you have a conversation with me, and at the end of the conversation you do one thing. Or I go up that valley and find you, and there's no conversation. The Devapath fell over. The rods came out of it and hit the road, and it lay in the street with the rain of a different country still in its hair, and Konoha, for the first time in 7 hours, heard nothing at all. Naruto found Nagato in the tower over Omegakure at 2:30 in the afternoon. The room at the top was a paper cathedral, and the thing in the middle of it was a machine of black rods and struts holding a man upright in the air, and the man was the reason all of it existed. Nagato was 32 years old. He looked like the frame of a person left out in the weather. Red hair to his waist, spine curved into a hook, legs that had stopped being legs somewhere in his 20s, arms like reeds, every rib countable through the skin, and the whole ruined arrangement of him plugged into the machine by 6 rods through the back. His eyes were the only thing left in him with any weight in them. Konan stood between Naruto and the machine with her arms slightly out and 11,000 sheets of paper hanging in the air around her in a shape that would have been terrifying to anyone else in the world. Move, Naruto said, or don't, but he and I are going to talk either way, and I'd rather you were standing when it's over. You destroyed all 6, Konan said. Her voice was steady, which cost her. They were corpses with nails in them. I destroyed nails. He looked past her. You're Nagato. I am. The voice came out of the machine like wind through a fence. You are the thing my sensory path could not read. Your teacher's downstairs. He's got a bar hole in his shoulder and he'd like to come up. Something happened in the ruined man's face. Naruto looked at him for a while, and what he saw was not a monster, because it wasn't one. He saw a person who had asked the world a real question when he was 11 years old. Why does this keep happening to us? And had received no answer, and had built an answer himself out of the only materials available to him, which were grief and a dead friend's body, and a pair of eyes he never asked for, and had gotten the answer wrong, and had then spent 20 years defending the wrong answer at the cost of everyone who ever loved him, because the alternative was admitting that Yahiko had died for nothing in the rain in front of him when he was 15. 894 people, Naruto said. That's the count in Konoha as of an hour ago, and it'll go up as they dig. There were 11 kids in a classroom on the east side. I got there fourth. And in the rain country, Nagato said, the count is 100,000 over 20 years, and no one has ever come to a tower to say it to anyone. I know. That's why we're talking instead of the other thing. Naruto came 2 steps forward and Conan's paper tightened, and he ignored it entirely. Here are your 2 options, and I'm going to state both of them, and then I'm going to stop talking. Option 1. You use the technique you've been holding in reserve for 9 years. Samsara of heavenly life. The 7th path, the one that gives back what the Rinnegan takes. You give back everything you took today. Every person in my village who died in the last 7 hours gets up. It costs you your life. The technique takes the whole remaining span of it, and you have very little of that left anyway. You go out as a man who did one thing right at the end, and the woman standing between us carries that home instead of what she's currently going to carry home. And the story that gets told about Nagato of Amegakure is a complicated one instead of a short one. Option 2. You refuse. I unmake you, and this tower, and every rod in this building, and the Rinnegan goes back to wherever it was borrowed from, and there is no legacy and no story and nothing to argue about. The dead stay dead in both countries. Conan walks home through the rain with nothing in her hands. That's the whole list. The paper around Conan came down, slowly, sheet by sheet, and lay on the floor. Nagato hung in his machine and breathed with a sound like a paper bag. Jiraiya-sensei, he said, used to tell us that we would find an answer. Yahiko believed him. I believed him for a while. The rippled eyes turned toward the window, toward the rain, toward the 19 unbroken years of it. I gave up on the answer and settled for the weapon. That is the actual thing I did. Everything else was arrangement. Yes, Naruto said. You could have killed me from the doorway. I could have killed you from the land of fire. Nagato laughed. It was a terrible sound and there was something almost young in it. Conan, he said. Nagato, no. Conan. He got her name out with a firmness the rest of him had lost 20 years ago. The boy is offering me the only door left, and it is a better door than I built for myself. His hands, which had not moved on their own in a decade, came up out of the machine's grip on nothing but will. Get behind the pillar. This is going to hurt to look at. He formed the seal. Samsara of heavenly life technique. The chakra came out of him the way a lake goes out of a broken dam. Everything, all at once, all the way to the floor of him. Light went up the tower and out through the walls and off across the rain country, and it did not stop at the border. It went 200 kilometers east at the speed of a thing that has already decided where it is going, and it came down over Konohagakure at 2:41 in the afternoon on the worst day in the village's history. And in a burning district in the land of fire, 894 people sat up. They sat up in the wreckage of the academy's east wing and in the collapsed basement of the hospital, and under the beam that had come through the roof of the Yamanaka flower shop, and in the market row, and in the road at the south gate, where an 11-man defense squad opened their eyes at the same moment and lay there staring at the sky in a line. A woman named Sasaki, who had been dead for 5 hours, sat up in a stairwell with her arms still around her son and heard herself make a sound she had never made before. Iruka Umino, who had gone back into a building one time too many, came up off a stretcher and grabbed the nearest medic by the vest and asked about the children. Kotetsu Hagane, who had held the eastern wall for 9 minutes and had not held it for the 10th, woke up with his hand still on his weapon. There is no describing the noise a village makes when that happens. Every witness who tried, later, ran out of vocabulary in the first sentence. In the tower over Amagakure, Nagato's arms came down. "That's," he said, and there wasn't any more of him. The machine's rods slid out of his back one by one and clattered on the floor, and what was left of him settled into the frame with his eyes open and empty of everything, including their rings. And Conan came out from behind the pillar and got there before the body finished falling and held it. Naruto waited. He waited 11 minutes, standing at the edge of the room with his hands at his sides, because there was nowhere he needed to be. When Conan finally looked up, her face was wrecked and steady at the same time, which is a specific thing that only certain people can do. "You gave him a choice you had already decided he'd take," she said. "I gave him 2, and I'd have carried out either. He picked the one that cost him more and helped more people, which is what he was actually like before somebody put those eyes in his head." Naruto looked at the body. "He killed 900 of mine this morning and gave them back this afternoon, and I'm going home with all 900 and you're going home with a corpse. That's the whole account. It's uneven, and it's what happened, and I'm sorry for your part of it." Conan absorbed that. "The rain will stop now," she said. He was holding it. 19 years. "Then hold something else." He turned for the stairs. "Your teacher's on the 4th landing, and he's been sitting there for an hour because I told him to let me go first. Go be angry at him. He'll take it." He left. The rain over Amegakure thinned that evening for the first time in 19 years, and by midnight there were stars over the rain country, and 11,000 people came out onto the walkways and the pipe tops and the flooded balconies and stood looking up. And most of them had never seen it before, and one old woman on the 9th level, who had been a girl the last time, asked her granddaughter what they were called. Konoha spent 5 weeks rebuilding, and Naruto did 11 months of it in 9 days. Molecular reconstruction on rubble is a slow business when you care about accuracy. He worked one building at a time with his hands out and the gold running through the debris in threads, mapping, matching, setting bond against bond, and structures came up out of their own wreckage in overlapping sheets like film run backwards. The village worked alongside him on everything the technique couldn't do, which was more than people expected. Wiring, water, glass, the endless human business of putting a place back into order. And there was a rhythm to it that was, according to several people who were there, the best 9 days Konoha ever had. The children found him on the 2nd morning. They found him because they always found him, and they asked their questions in the way children ask, with total confidence that the question was welcome, and he gave them honest answers, which was the thing that kept them coming back. Did the moon in the sky hurt? It was heavy, and it was inconvenient. Thus was he scared. He had been annoyed. Did the man with the rings in his eyes have a name? His name was Nagato, and he had been 11 years old once and had fed dogs before he fed himself. And then some things happened to him. Was he a bad man? He did bad things for reasons he thought were good, and at the end he did one good thing, and you're allowed to hold all of that at the same time. They went home at full night. They came back the next morning. On the 3rd day, an old woman brought him tea. She was 91, and her name was Ume, and she had run a fabric shop on the corner of 3rd Street for 52 years, and 13 years ago, she had been one of the loudest voices in a neighborhood meeting about whether the Fox Boy should be allowed to live in the building on the corner. She walked out onto the site with a cup in both hands and stopped in front of him, and he stopped and took it. "I was on the list," she said. "I know. I read the list." 5 hours. Her hands were empty now and she looked at them. "I don't remember any of it. I remember the wall coming, and then I remember being on the floor with my knees up and the light going out of the room, and my grandson screaming, and I couldn't understand why he was making that noise because I was right there." Naruto drank the tea. "I said things about you," Ume said, thus in front of people. In this street. Yes. I'm not going to apologize because an apology is a thing you say to make yourself feel better, and I would like to feel bad about it for a while longer. That's fair, Naruto said. Drink your tea. He drank his tea. She stood next to him, and neither of them said anything for about 4 minutes, and then she took the cup back and went home, and the next day there was another cup, and after that it was a fixture, and it went on for years. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down on the 11th day. He did it in front of the full council with his hat in his hands and his voice completely steady, and he gave 3 reasons, and the third one was that a man of 69 who has watched his village die and come back in the same afternoon has had all the education he is going to get. Jiraiya went to fetch Tsunade personally and came back with her in 19 days, which is a story of its own and belongs to somebody else. She took the hat in the middle of the reconstruction and started giving orders inside of an hour, and Konoha, which had needed a doctor more than it needed a general, adjusted fast. She met Naruto on the 4th day of her administration. He came into the office and put a mission report on her desk, and she read it and then looked at him over the top of it for a long moment. They told me about you, she said, and I assumed 60% of it was people needing a story. What percent do you have it at now? I watched you set the water tower back on its legs this morning with one hand while eating. Tsunade signed the report. I'm at 110. Get out of my office. Come back Thursday, I've got something for you. The masked man came for him in the 4th month of the new year on an empty stretch of the Old South Road in the middle of the afternoon. He had been at the edge of everything since the beginning. He had been in the tree line on the northeast ridge on the night. Naruto Uzumaki came up out of the root facility, and he had watched a 7-year-old float 400 feet over Konoha, with gold peeling off his shoulders and 3 black tendrils drifting off his back like chimney smoke. And Obito Uchiha had felt something that afternoon that he had felt exactly once before in his life, at the age of 13, under a rock, with his own bones in the wrong places. He had felt a plan become irrelevant before it began. He had spent 6 years adjusting. He had rebuilt his approach around this boy the way a road is rebuilt around a mountain. Angles, alternatives, minimum footprint, a series of increasingly careful reductions in the scope of any interaction. Akatsuki had been the collection mechanism, and Akatsuki had been coming apart for 2 years. Sasori had gone into a void tendril in the land of rivers 11 months ago and had turned out to be entirely made of things that could stop having been. Deidara had blown up a hillside and himself out of pure frustration 8 weeks later and had not been resurrected because nobody had wanted to. Kakuzu was in a Konoha bed. Hidan was gone in a way that had made the ring on his finger fall on the ground. Kisame had gone home to the mist and had never picked up another sword. Itachi had run once and had spent 2 years running in other directions. Pain was dead. The rain had stopped. The Gedo statue had eaten 5-tailed beasts and needed 4 more, and the 9th one was inside the only being on the planet that Obito could not model. He had done the work. He had run every scenario. He came out onto the South Road because there was nothing else left to do. Naruto Uzumaki, he said, the road was empty in both directions. Cedars on the left, an old rice terrace on the right, dust, sun, cicadas. Naruto stopped walking. The man in the road wore a black coat with red clouds and an orange spiral mask with a single hole at the right eye, and behind the hole was a 3 Tomoe Sharingan. I know who you are, Naruto said. You've been in the trees since I was 7. You were on the northeast ridge that night. You were 400 meters out at the gorge in the land of lightning, and you left when I turned around. You were at the valley of the end on the west lip, and you were at Amegakure in the rain, and you didn't come in. He put his hands in his pockets. Say what you came to say. I'll listen to all of it. The masked man tilted his head. Then listen, he said. I am going to describe the world to you honestly, which is more than anyone here has ever done. This world runs on suffering, and it has always run on suffering, and every attempt to reform it has produced better weapons and more orphans. There is a technique, the infinite Tsukuyomi, and when it is complete, every living person on this planet enters a dream in which nothing they love is taken from them. There is no war in it. There is no hunger, no loss, no child standing in an empty apartment on his birthday. Your mother is alive in it. Your father is alive in it. You would have a family in it, and they would love you, and it would feel exactly as real as this road feels under your feet, because reality is a report your senses give you, and the dream gives a better report. To finish it, I need the 9 tails. It is the last piece. I have 9/10 of the machine. I am not asking you to fight for me, and I am not offering you a rank. I am offering you the end of the thing that made you. And I will tell you the part nobody else would. You personally would keep the light. In the dream, you keep everything, and you finally get to put it down, because there would be nothing left to hold up. The single eye did not blink. Every person in this world would be happy, including you. That is my entire proposal, and I am done talking. Naruto had listened to all of it without interrupting once, because interrupting a man before he finishes means you might miss the part that matters. Here's where you actually are, he said. Pain is dead and both of his eyes are ash. Konan is alive and she'll never work for you again. The rain country is out. Sasori's gone. Deidara's gone. Hiden's gone. Kakuzu's in a Konoha bed with no chakra network, and he gave us the payment routes in the safe houses, and we've burned 9 of the 11. Kasame's home and his sword's in a vault under my village, and it hasn't moved in 4 years. Itachi's been feeding Konoha your movements for 18 months, which you suspect and haven't confirmed. Zetsu's white half has been eaten in 3 places on this continent by things you can't see. Your ghetto statue is in a cave under the land of grass with 5 beasts in it, and no crew left to bring you a 6th. You have 12 people, and 8 of them are spores. Your plan needed 40 years, and it got 29, and it lost the last 6 to me. And the machine has been running on one man's schedule since Pain died. And the man is you, and you are standing on a road in the land of fire by yourself. It's finished. What do you want to do about it? The cicadas kept going. You'll forgive me, said Obito, if I decline to accept your assessment. And he raised his hand, and the air between them turned. Kamui. The spiral opened. It began at a point about a meter in front of Naruto's chest and turned inward, and the cone of the technique took in the road, the dust, the near cedar, and a section of the rice terrace's stone wall, and all of it began to distort toward the vanishing point, in the way that had made this technique the single most difficult thing in the world to fight, because it did not block or parry. It removed the target from the argument entirely, and put the target in a place made of stacked gray platforms and nothing else, where the air did not move, and there was no exit that Obito did not personally provide. 15 years. Every escape, every ambush, every impossible survival, every time a Kage-level opponent had put a technique through him and hit the empty air behind. All of it had come out of this one hole in the world. The void reached for it. It did not do this because Naruto told it to. He felt it happen the way you feel your own tongue find a gap in your teeth. There was a hole in the continuous surface of space 3 feet from his sternum, and the thing curled at the base of his spine, had spent 6 years in a house with all the doors shut, and something in it woke all the way up and went toward the opening with an interest that made the hair stand up on Naruto's arms. A single filament came out of his chest and went into the spiral. It followed the connection. That was the part Obito's 15 years of theory had never accounted for, because the theory said that Kamui's pocket dimension was a separate place. And the void does not have a category called separate place. It experiences space as one unbroken thing, and Kamui was a fold in that thing, and the filament went along the fold to the point where the fold was being held, and it removed the condition that permitted folding. Obito, standing in the road, felt it happen. He felt his own dimension the way a man feels a room he grew up in, and what he felt was the room's walls stop agreeing to be walls. The gray platforms, the ones he had stacked over 15 years, the ones where he kept his equipment, his spare eye, the reserve mass of white Zetsu, the place he had hidden after every one of the 11 fights he could not survive in the open, came apart from the underside outward. The pocket did not collapse in on itself. It stopped having an inside. His single visible eye, behind the mask, went very wide. The spiral in front of Naruto turned inside out and closed like a mouth that had bitten something wrong. And it made a sound that made 3 cedars on the roadside shed all their needles at once. "There is no dimension where I cannot reach you," Naruto said. "The void goes deeper than space, and I go deeper than the void." Then Obito Uchiha fought him. And it should be said clearly that he fought him well. He had been doing this since before most of Konoha's current jonin were born. His taijutsu was outstanding. A tight, close, wrist and elbow style built for a man who intends to be inside your guard and intangible at the same time. And he opened with a 9-strike combination that would have opened up a Kage. He put a fire-style blast wave down the road that turned 200 meters of packed earth into glazed clay. He went into the ground and came up under, and he came out of a tree at an angle, and he put a wood-style tree-bind flourishing technique into the air that filled the entire road with a canopy of grasping timber for 11 seconds, and put 400 grappling stems around Naruto from every direction at once. Naruto burned the wood off in a flat gold pulse and said, "That's the first Hokage cells in your right side. You've got them in the shoulder and down the arm, and there's a graph line at the collarbone. It's rejecting. You've got maybe 4 years. 6, Obito said, and phased. That was the technique. That was the whole architecture of 15 years. For 4.5 seconds out of every 5, Obito Uchiha was a suggestion, and things went through him. And then he became solid at exactly the moment when being solid was to his advantage. He phased through a gold strike that would have taken a hill off its base, felt it pass through his chest with a sensation like standing in a doorway during a storm, and surfaced 2 meters behind Naruto's left shoulder with a kunai already coming down. There was a tendril in the phase space. It had been there the entire time. It had been there since before the strike, because the void is present in every spatial state at once, and the distinction between tangible and intangible is a property of physics, and what lives at the base of Naruto Uzumaki's spine predates physics by an interval that has never been written down. Obito went intangible into it, which meant he went into it, and the intangible portion of Obito Uchiha, the 11% of his body that was in the phase state at that instant, which was the right arm from the shoulder down, did not come back out when he re-solidified. He surfaced with a right shoulder that ended in nothing. He made a sound. It was the first noise the mask had produced that had a person behind it. He went intangible again and came out of the ground 11 meters away with the road boiling up around him. And there was a tendril standing in the spot he arrived at, waiting, because Naruto had heard the direction of his heartbeat through 9 feet of soil. "Your Sharingan doesn't help you," Naruto said. "You knew that before you started. You did the whole thing anyway." "I have been doing the whole thing anyway," Obito said, "since I was 13 years old." He came in one last time. He came in solid, at full speed, with everything he had left in his one remaining hand, which was a Chidori borrowed off a lifetime of watching a friend do it better. And it was fast, and it was excellent, and it was the culmination of 40 years of a life. Naruto met him in the middle of the road and caught the hand. He closed his fingers. The bones in Obito's wrist and forearm went in one continuous crunch, like a bundle of twigs in a fist, and the lightning went out, and Naruto took the man's throat in his other hand and drove him down into the road hard enough to put a crater in it 4 meters across, and the mask came off the face in 3 pieces on impact. Naruto looked at what was underneath. Half of it was scar. It ran from the crown down past the jaw on the right side, a landscape of ridged white, where a boulder had spent 4 hours crushing a 13-year-old to death and had almost finished the job. The left side of the face was intact, and it belonged to somebody's classmate. It belonged to a boy from Konoha with a stubborn set to the mouth and a Sharingan that had gone out of focus with the pain. The eye that was left looked up at him. Obito Uchiha, 40 years old, 1 arm gone, 1 hand ruined, his dimension unmade, his organization scattered, his machine sitting in a cave with no one to bring it the last piece, lay in a crater in a road in the country he had been born in. "I was going to give them a world with everybody in it," he said. "You were going to give them a room with everybody's shape in it," Naruto said. "There's a difference, and you knew it, which is why you never went in yourself. He looked at the scarred half of the face. You were somebody's teammate. Somebody held your hand under a rock and gave you an eye. Whatever happened after that, that part was real, and you spent 40 years proving it wasn't, and I'm sorry about all of it. It doesn't change the next 11 seconds. Obito closed his eye. Kakashi, he said. He'll be told. Void pulse. There was no sound. There was no light. There was a man in a crater in the road, and then the crater held a black coat with red clouds on it, empty, and the sun kept coming down through the cedars, and the cicadas, after about a minute, started up again. Naruto stood there for a while. 4 minutes, Kurama said, at last. Give or take. 15 years, the fox said. That thing spent 15 years assembling an apparatus to put the entire species to sleep, and it had a statue and a schedule and an organization and a mask, and it ended on a road with the bugs still going. I have watched 3 civilizations rise and go under. I watched Madara Uchiha spend 80 years on a plan, and I have watched men build empires out of nothing but a good idea and a bad heart. A pause, like a mountain shifting its weight. Do you know what the difference is between all of them and you, boy? Tell me. They all needed the world to cooperate, Kurama said. You have never once required its participation. Sasuke Uchiha found out about his brother in the 8th month, and the world he had built out of it fell over. He had spent 18 months after the Valley of the End doing the hardest thing he had ever done, which was starting over. The curse mark had been removed at the cellular level, and every gain that had come with it had gone with it. And he had woken up in a hospital bed at 13 with a broken wrist and a chakra reserve that was exactly what a strong young Uchiha's chakra reserve should be. And he had gone out to Field 3 the day the cast came off and started again from the bottom. He got stronger, genuinely stronger, in the way that only happens when someone rebuilds from the foundation, because the foundation is all they have left. He took the 3 tomo all the way. He learned Kakashi's lightning properly instead of borrowing it. He fought in the defense of Konoha against Pain's assault and killed 2 of the Animal Path's splitting dogs. And Tsunade promoted him, and for the length of about 1 season, Sasuke Uchiha was, by every observable measure, and to the surprise of everyone, including himself, doing well. Then Itachi came to Konoha to die. He did it correctly. He walked in through the south gate at dawn with his hands where the sentries could see them, and his eyes so far gone that he had to be led up the stairs, and he sat in a room in the Hokage Tower for 11 hours and gave Tsunade everything he had: Akatsuki's roster, the Gedo statue's location, the names of the 2 safe houses Kakuzu had missed, the whole architecture of a masked man who was, at that point, already 3 weeks in a coat in an evidence locker. And then he asked to see his brother, and he told him the truth, and Tsunade let him, because she had read the sealed file 2 months into her administration and had thrown a desk through a wall. The Uchiha clan had been 3 weeks from a coup. Konoha's leadership, a Hokage who could not bring himself to stop it, and 2 elders who could, had ordered the massacre. Itachi Uchiha, 17 years old, an Anbu captain with a pacifist's heart and no good options, had taken the order, because the alternative was a civil war inside the walls that would have killed 30,000 people and invited 3 villages in over the corpse. And he had carried it out in 1 night and had left 1 person alive, and had then spent 9 years inside an S-rank organization feeding intelligence back to the village that had made him do it, so that his brother could live in that village and grow up. He told Sasuke all of it in a level voice with blood running out of both eyes. Then he died in the chair of the illness he had been medicating for 4 years at 11 minutes past 6 in the evening. And the last thing he did with his hand was reach out and miss, because he could not see anymore. Sasuke did not make a sound for 2 days. On the 3rd night, he went to the elders' compound in the northeast quarter, and by the time the Anbu response team arrived, there was nothing to respond to. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, the last 2 people alive who had signed the order, had died on their own floors with their household staff untouched and unharmed in the next room, which was the only part of it anybody could find to say anything decent about. It was over in under 4 minutes. It was cold and it was final, And it was neither heroic nor monstrous. It was what happens when a person is handed a truth that cannot be held and reaches for one of the very few responses that are still in arm's reach. Konoha erupted. Sasuke went underground for 6 days. On the 7th, he came up in public, in the middle of the afternoon, in the square in front of the Hokage Tower, in front of 200 people and a dozen Anbu with their hands on their weapons, and Tsunade standing at the rail above him. He said it plainly. "My clan died for a document that 4 people signed," he said. 3 of them died before I could reach them, and I reached the other 2. I'm finished with this village. And I'm finished with every village. And I'm finished with the idea that an order can be legal and correct at the same time. I'm not raising an army, and I'm not coming back. I'm going out there to see what's underneath the world you all built, because I've been lied to my whole life about the top of it. He looked up at the Hokage. "You can send people. Please don't. I've had enough of killing Konoha shinobi for 1 lifetime, and I'd rather it stayed at 0. Then he walked out through the south gate at 4 in the afternoon in front of everybody, and nobody stopped him, because Tsunade raised one hand and held it there until he was out of sight. Naruto found him 9 days later on the glass. It was where the mountain used to be. 1,200 feet of granite had stood on the north end of Training Ground 9 since before the Sage of 6 Paths, and had been asked to stop 4 years ago in front of 12 observers, 2 of whom had requested leave. What was left was a flat plain of warm gray glass 11 kilometers across, and it caught the late light and threw it back up at the sky, and nothing grew on it, and there was nowhere on the continent quite like it. Sasuke was sitting in the middle of it with his sword across his knees. Naruto came down out of the air about 10 meters away and stood. "You didn't come to arrest me," Sasuke said. "I came because you're going to be gone for a long time, and I'd rather the last thing between us wasn't a river. You know what I did. You killed 2 people in their 80s who ordered your family's execution and then lived 4 decades on the pension." Naruto sat down on the glass, which surprised Sasuke enough that he actually turned his head. "I've thought about it more than you'd guess. Here's where I ended up, and you didn't ask. And I'm going to say it anyway, because you're going to spend the next 10 years arguing with a version of me in your own head, and I'd rather it was the real one. You were right about what was done to you. The scale of it, the deliberateness, the fact that a village made a 17-year-old do that to his own house and then let his brother grow up in the same streets. You're right about all of it, and anybody who tells you otherwise is protecting the institution. You were wrong to do it yourself, in the road, at night, without telling anyone, because now nobody will ever read the file. Tsunade was going to publish it. She had the seal off it and a date on it. Now she can't, because the moment she does it reads as a justification for 2 murders, and the actual story of what happened to your clan is going to spend the next 50 years being an argument instead of a record. You got them and you lost the truth. That's the trade you made. I think you knew it when you made it, and I think you did it anyway because you couldn't hold the other thing for one more night." Sasuke's hands had gone white on the sword. "You're not asking me to come back," he said. "You wouldn't, and I wouldn't want you there like this." Naruto looked out over the glass. "Itachi asked to see me 2 hours before you. Did you know that?" "No. He asked me to leave you alone." Naruto's mouth pulled sideways. "Not to protect you. He said, and I'm quoting, 'My brother has spent his entire life being handled by people who loved him. Let him choose one thing.'" Sasuke put his head back and breathed out at the sky for a long moment. Then he stood up. "Once," he said. "I know." "You don't? You need to know where you stand. You've needed it since the academy, and you've never once gotten a clean read, and you're about to walk into the rest of your life without it." Naruto got up and rolled his shoulder. "So take your read. I'm going to actually move this time, which I didn't do before, and you're going to hate that more than the other thing." Sasuke's Sharingan came up. He had 2 years and 18 months on the boy who had stood on the water at the Valley of the End, and it showed inside of 1 second. He opened with Chidori Senbon, the lightning breaking into 100 needles in the air and going out in a fan, and he was already moving left as he threw it, because he had learned not to stand where his own technique had been. He hit the flank with Chidori Nagashi running down the blade. He mixed the great fireball into the middle of the sequence, and the fireball was a screen, and the screen hid a second Sharingan time strike coming from underneath. And Naruto moved. That was the thing nobody had ever seen him do. He had held mountains and eaten tailed beast bombs and stood in front of barrages, and every single time the answer had been the same. He stood there and let the world break on him. This time he moved, at a fraction of a fraction, at maybe the speed of a very good Jonin, and Sasuke's Sharingan, which had been reading the world at that speed since he was 13, found that reading it was the least of his problems. The eye saw everything, and the body could not use any of it. Sasuke put 11 attacks in, and each one arrived at a place Naruto had already left by 4 centimeters, and the 4 centimeters never changed. It was the same 4 every time. It was a thing being done on purpose, at a margin chosen for legibility, so that Sasuke could see exactly how much room he was being given. He understood it in the 4th exchange, and it made him furious, and the fury made him better, which was probably the point. Amaterasu, the Mangekyou, was new. He had gotten it in the hospital corridor 11 minutes after his brother's heart stopped, and he had used it twice, and he burned all of the chakra it cost him without hesitating. The black flame appeared on Naruto's chest and spread over him in a heartbeat. He walked through it. He came out the other side with the fire riding him like a coat and put his hand flat against the glass, and the entire Amaterasu came off his body in a black sheet and went into the ground. And the glass under his palm turned orange and then white and then flat again, and the flame that burns for 7 days was over in 4 seconds. Susanoo. The ribcage came up around Sasuke in burning violet, and then the arm held a blade of pure chakra 11 meters long. And Sasuke Uchiha brought the greatest inheritance of his bloodline down on Naruto Uzumaki's head with everything he had. Naruto caught it with 2 fingers. He caught the descending edge of a Susanoo blade between his index and middle finger, and it stopped. And the recoil went back up through the construct and through the arm and into Sasuke's chest, and put him on one knee inside his own technique. Sasuke looked out through the ribs of the thing his brother had died holding, at a boy holding it still with a hand gesture you'd use to pick up a coin. He knew it was over before the last exchange. He was too smart to miss the read, and the room was extremely clear. He threw the last exchange anyway, because that was who he was, and Naruto took the Susanoo apart with one open-handed strike to the sternum of the construct that made a sound like a bell going underwater, and the violet came apart into motes, and Sasuke came out of it backward across 40 meters of glass and slid and stopped and lay there breathing. Naruto walked over and sat down next to him. They stayed like that for a while. The sun went down the last part of the way, and the glass went from gray to orange to a color with no name. "I'm never going to reach you," Sasuke said. "No, not with the eyes. Not with a lifetime." "No," Naruto said. "And it took me until about a year ago to understand that this was actually your problem and not mine. And I'm sorry it took that long, because I could have said something sooner." He put his forearms on his knees. "You've spent 9 years measuring yourself against the strongest thing you know. First it was your brother, then it was me. That's how you find out where you are. Here's the thing. You've been using a broken ruler. There's one of me. There's never going to be another one. Every measurement you take against me comes back the same, and it tells you nothing about yourself, and you've been reading the same nothing over and over for 4 years and calling it a verdict." Sasuke laughed. It was a bad laugh, but it was one. "Then what do I measure against?" "Whatever's out there that needs doing," Naruto said. "You want a suggestion? I've got one, and then I'll shut up about it forever. Orochimaru's crippled, and his labs aren't. There are 11 of them that we know about between the land of sound and the land of grass, and they've got children in them. Konoha can't touch them. 9 of the 11 are inside borders where a Konoha squad shows up as an act of war, and Tsunade's been screaming about it in council for 4 months. A man with no village and no flag can walk into all 11. Sasuke sat up. "That's a job for a monster," he said. It's a job for somebody who's been in a cage and knows what it looks like from the inside. Naruto stood and brushed the glass dust off his legs. You'd be good at it. Nobody would thank you. There's no rank in it, no record, no village on your back. And if you died out there, it'd take 4 years for anybody to find out. There was a long stretch of nothing but the wind moving over 11 kilometers of glass. I'm going to do it, Sasuke said, because I decided to, and not because you said it. That's the only reason worth doing it for. And when it's finished, I'm still not coming back to that village. Understood. Sasuke got up. He picked up his sword and put it through his belt, and he stood there for a moment looking at the last light on the plain. Naruto, he said. Yeah, the 4 centimeters. He didn't turn around. You never changed it. Not one exchange. You needed to be able to see the number. Yeah. Sasuke started walking east. I saw it. Naruto watched him go all the way to the edge of the glass, which took 11 minutes, and did not say anything else, because Sasuke Uchiha had made one choice in his entire life that belonged to him, and it deserved to be walked out on in silence. Madara Uchiha came back on the 11th day of the 5th month, and everything the masked man had ever built turned out to have been the scaffolding for that. The Gedo statue had been sitting in a cave under the land of grass with 5 tailed beasts in it, and nobody to feed it. And there had been 11 white Zetsu left, and 11 was enough. The reanimation contract Obito had signed when he was 15 years old had a clause in it that did not require Obito to be alive, and Kabuto Yakushi, who had spent 4 years in Orochimaru's ruins turning himself into something with a snake's patience, pulled the trigger on it, and then died 11 minutes later when the thing he had summoned looked at him and decided that a servant is a variable. The war lasted 3 weeks before Madara took the field in person. The allied shinobi forces had done well. That is the honest record. 80,000 shinobi from 5 villages, under a joint command that had no right to work and worked anyway, had ground down the reanimated dead and the Zetsu clones across 4 fronts, and had lost 11,000 people doing it, and had been holding. Then, at 4 in the afternoon on the 11th day, the atmosphere over the eastern front changed. Perfect Susanoo came up out of the ground at the front center, 600 feet of it, a mountain of armored violet with 4 arms and 2 heads and a face like a war mask, and it stood up out of the reserve line where the 4th Division's Medical Corps had been 10 seconds earlier, and the pressure of its manifestation flattened everything within 400 meters. Alliance shinobi who had been fighting for 3 weeks and holding their nerve looked up at it and felt a specific thing that none of them had felt in the whole war, which was the sensation of being irrelevant to a conversation. He killed 4,000 of them in 19 minutes. The Susanoo's blades came down the line, and there is no describing that in any way that makes it bearable. Whole battalions of trained, capable, brave people threw everything they had into the violet armor and produced scratches. The 3rd Division's combined Earth-style barrier, 1,100 shinobi, the largest defensive construction attempted in the war, held for 2 seconds. Darui put a Black Panther through the thing, and Madara did not turn his head. Gaara caught an entire falling blade on a wall of desert sand, and the sand held for a full 4 seconds, which was long enough for 800 people to get out, and Gaara went down under it with his shoulder broken in 3 places. Then Madara looked at the sky and said, "Tengai Shinsei!" 2 meteorites came out of the upper atmosphere. They came down over the eastern front, trailing plasma, each one a kilometer across, each one carrying enough energy to end an argument between countries, and the leading edge of the first one turned the air into a wall of white 40 seconds before impact, and the Alliance command channel, which had been full of 11 overlapping voices, went completely silent. The 4th Raikage put himself in the path of the first meteor with his lightning armor at maximum and both hands up, an A of Kumogakure, who had thrown a fully grown Jinchuriki over a wall, got his palms on the front of a falling mountain and slowed it by 11%, and had both his arms broken to the shoulder for it. Naruto arrived 4 seconds before impact. The gold came first. It bled into the air over the eastern front half a second before there was anything to see, and the temperature dropped 4 degrees in the shade and went up 11 in the light. And every soldier on the field who had been fighting under a sky the color of ash looked up at a sky that had just remembered the sun. Then he was there. He came in over the northern ridge at a speed that put a sonic cone off both shoulders and left an 11-kilometer line of flattened forest behind him. And he hit the first meteorite at its leading edge and went straight through it. A kilometer of rock came apart around him in a spray of glowing fragments, and the fragments did not fall because he was already at the second one and doing the same thing. And then he was under the debris field with both hands up and the gold going out in a sheet. Molecular reconstruction, he said, in reverse. Every fragment of both meteorites came apart at the bond level in a wave that spread across 9 cubic kilometers of falling debris, and what came down on the eastern front over the following 30 seconds was warm sand. It fell across 4 divisions like the world's gentlest weather. The sound that went through the Alliance ranks then was not a cheer. It started as one voice somewhere in the 2nd division, and it was hoarse, and it cracked in the middle, and then 11 voices, and then 4,000, and then 80,000 people who had been dying in shifts for 3 weeks made a noise that Gara of the desert, flat on his back with a broken shoulder and sand falling on his face, described afterward in an official document as the sound of a species finding out it is going to be all right, which was later removed from the document by a committee and restored by the Kazekage personally. Madara Uchiha turned the perfect Suzanu's head. He did not flinch, and he did not perform astonishment, because he had never in his life done either of those things. He looked at the boy hanging in the air over 4 divisions with the gold coming off him in slow waves, and he activated the Renegade's full reed, and the reed came back empty, not low, not shielded, empty in the way a blank page is empty with a thing standing on it. Unknown, Madara said to himself with something in his voice that was almost enjoyment. Very well. He tested it. He tested it the way the greatest tactical mind in the history of the shinobi world tests an unknown variable, which is thoroughly and at increasing scale. He opened with the Suzanu's blade, 600 feet of it coming down in an arc that split the ridge behind the target into 2 ridges. Naruto caught it one-handed. He caught it above his head with his arm locked and his feet on nothing, and the entire perfect Suzanu, 600 feet and Madara inside it, stopped in mid-swing, and the recoil ran back down through the construct and drove the enormous armored figure 11 meters into the earth up to its knees. 80,000 people saw it. Onoki of Iwagakure, 70 meters up on a floating slab with 3 broken ribs, said, "That's no. He caught the," and then stopped talking for about 4 minutes. Madara tried the second blade. Naruto broke it. He tried the Yasaka Magatama, 3 of them at once, each capable of leveling a small city, and Naruto took all 3 on his chest and stood there in the middle of the detonation with his arms folded, while the light of it lit the underside of the clouds from 4 countries away. He tried wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees, and a forest came up over 11 square kilometers of the eastern front in 9 seconds, and Naruto burned a corridor through it in a straight line to the Suzanu's chest without touching a single Alliance soldier standing inside the same forest, which was the part that the survivors talked about most afterward. He tried the Sage Art, storm release combinations. He tried the Renegade's Preta absorption on a stream of the gold, and got a hand burned down to the wrist bone through a Suzanu made of chakra. Madara Uchiha's face, up there behind the mask of the construct, went through a series of changes that nobody living had ever seen it make. It was the face of a genius watching his numbers fail, not once in an anomaly, but in a sequence in every direction, with a consistency that indicated a fault in the axioms rather than in the operations. "You are not a Jinchuriki," he said. "I'm carrying one," Naruto said. "He's watching. He says hello, in his way." "I said nothing of the kind," Kurama said, "though I will admit that seeing him kneel is worth 6 years of silence." Madara made his decision the way he made all of them, which was fast and completely. He could not solve this variable with force. He would therefore change the problem. The Suzanu came up out of the earth and threw both remaining arms wide and above the battlefield, 400,000 kilometers up, the moon turned. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Rinne Sharingan opened across the face of the moon like a lid coming off a jar, and the light came down. It came down over the whole world in about 9 seconds. It came down over the eastern front and the western front, and the 4 home villages and the fishing towns on the water country coast, and a monastery in the land of iron, and a farmhouse in the land of rivers where a woman was arguing with her husband about a fence. It found every pair of eyes on the planet, and it reached through them, and the greatest genjutsu ever constructed, powered by the largest object in the sky, put the species to sleep. 80,000 shinobi on the eastern front went down where they stood. They went down mid-stride, mid-sentence, mid-scream. The 4th Raikage went down with his broken arms still up. Gaara went down on his back with his eyes open. Onoki fell 11 meters off his slab and landed on a Zetsu clone, and neither of them moved. Kakashi Hake, who had been running a corridor with 3 wounded on a stretcher, went down between the poles. The whole field went silent in one breath, and Naruto Uzumaki stood in the light with his eyes open. The moon's light hit the gold, and the gold processed it the way a furnace processes a match. There was a technique embedded in that light, an enormous one, an artifact of the most powerful eyes that had ever existed on the planet, built to reach through the optic nerve into the mind and rewrite the report. And it arrived at a mind with 1,000,000 suns in the front room, and something curled at the base of the stairs, and the front room did not accept the delivery, and the thing at the base of the stairs came up 2 steps to see what the noise was, and the technique withdrew. He looked up at the moon and squinted, and that was all it did to him. Madara Uchiha, 600 feet up inside a construct of pure violet chakra, standing in the middle of the largest and most complete victory in the recorded history of the world, looked down at one boy standing awake in a sleeping field. "Ah," he said. "You should have led with something else," Naruto said. And then the ground 11 meters behind Madara opened, and the Gedo statue came up out of it with 5-tailed beasts in its belly, and the reanimation binding on Madara Uchiha's body broke, and the corpse of the greatest shinobi who ever lived went from gray to living flesh in 9 seconds, and then kept going. The hair went white to the roots. The skin bleached to the color of paper and then past it. 2 horns came out of the skull. The 3rd eye opened in the forehead, and it was the Rinne Sharingan, the same pattern that was hanging in the sky, and it turned, and every hair on Naruto Uzumaki's arm stood up. Kaguya Otsutsuki opened her eyes on the world for the first time in 1,000 years. "Boy," Kurama said, and his voice had changed. "That is where I come from. That is what the sage's mother looked like on the day she split us up. Whatever you are about to do it faster than you were going to." Kaguya looked at Naruto, and she recognized what she was looking at. Her mind was very old. Her lineage was older, and it kept records, and the records went back past the founding of this planet, back through a chain of worlds that had each been visited and eaten and left. And in those records were entries that had been written by hands that were long gone. There were entries about things encountered on other worlds and in the space between them. There were entries with notations beside them, in a hand that was very steady, that said withdraw and make no claim, and this one is a door with something behind it. There was an entry about a light with no source that lived inside creatures and burned as 1,000,000 stars burning at once. There was an entry, a very short one, about an absence that ate. She had encountered neither of them personally. Her lineage had, and it had left the encounters behind on purpose. And the shape of the note next to those entries was the shape a family puts next to the things it has decided to walk away from. Her 3rd eye focused on the boy standing in the sand. "You are carrying 2 of the old ones," she said. Her voice arrived from every direction at once, without a mouth involved. "In one body, both at the same time. That is," and she paused, which was the most frightening thing she did that day, "that has never been done." "They came in a needle," Naruto said. "I did the rest myself. Give them to me." "There it is." "You are a vessel," Kaguya said. "That is your entire nature. You are a container, and containers do not own their contents. What lives in you belongs to something older than this world and older than me, and it has been passed from hand to hand across a distance you have no concept of. It's settled in you by accident. It is on loan. Release them to me, and I will let this planet keep its dream, and I will let you keep your body and your small warm life in your small warm village, and you will never have to hold either of them again. Naruto rolled his shoulder. Every god that ever tried to own me learned the same lesson, he said. You are just the latest one who has to learn it the hard way. Kaguya Otsutsuki attacked. She opened with the all-killing ash bones, because that was the technique that had never in the history of anything failed to end what it touched. The bones came out of her forearm in a spray of 11 white shafts, moving faster than the human eye assembles images, and any living thing they touched turned to ash from the point of contact outward in under a second. 4 of them hit Naruto in the chest. They fragmented. They broke against him like chalk on a floor, and the pieces fell in the sand at his feet, and Kaguya looked at the pieces with all 3 eyes. Void manifestation, Naruto said. The tendrils came out of his back, and they came out in a number that made the world's remaining witnesses. A handful of white Zetsu at the edge of the field, who reported all of this to nobody, and the moon, which observed, struggled with the shape of the sky. There were 100 of them, then more, jagged, endless, moving with that patient joy, arranged in a way that ignored perspective entirely, so that the farthest ones were the biggest. Kaguya shifted the dimension. She did it without a gesture. The eastern front folded away, and what replaced it was an ocean of acid under a red sky. And she arrived there whole and unhurried, and the technique was flawless. And the technique had transported her out of the reach of 100 tendrils. Naruto was standing on the acid. When she finished arriving, he was already there, with the gold at full presence, and he had not traveled, and his feet were on the surface of an ocean that ate stone. That's the fold, he said. I've done this before with a smaller one. The thing you're moving through is one piece, and it's been one piece the entire time you've been alive. Try another one if you want. I'll keep meeting you. She tried 5, the lava dimension, and he stood in it. The high-gravity dimension where the pull was 11 times the world's and a person's own blood is enough to break them, and he stood in it with his hands in his pockets. The endless desert, the ice field, the one with the 64 moons. In the last of them, she stopped and turned and put both palms out and used the technique that had been the foundation of everything her line had ever accomplished, the absolute absorption, the one that had taken every jutsu the sage's generation could produce and had swallowed all of it. Return every chakra to me. It found no chakra. There was nothing in him to take. What the technique got hold of instead was the light, because the light was the only thing present. And the light came out of a boy's body at the invitation of a draw designed to pull an ocean. And it went into Kaguya Otsutsuki at a rate that her 1,000-year-old system had no ceiling for. She had eaten a god's fruit. She had absorbed the chakra of every living thing on a planet twice. Her capacity was, as far as she had ever established, the largest capacity that existed. Her capacity filled in about 1/3 of a second. The gold came up her arms and over her shoulders and through the white of her and out through the third eye. And Kaguya Otsutsuki screamed, a sound with a mouth in it for the first time, and broke the absorption herself, and staggered backward across a sky with 64 moons in it, with steam coming off both hands. And that was where she understood. It arrived in her body before her mind agreed to it. The third eye went still. The dimension around her, which had been reacting to her mood since she made it, stopped reacting. She looked down at her own hands, which had never failed her in 1,000 years, and then up at the boy standing 11 meters away in an unlit sky with 100 tendrils behind him, and a sun in his chest, and the thing that had been written in the family record next to those 2 entries came all the way up out of the archive and stood in front of her. Withdraw. Make no claim. This one is a door with something behind it. I am the mother of all chakra, she said. You are, Naruto agreed. That's the whole problem. Everything you have is chakra, and the light doesn't run on chakra, and the other thing doesn't run on anything. He came across the 11 meters. Kaguya put up every defense at once. She raised the bone spears. She opened 3 dimensions in sequence. She pulled the Rinne Sharingan's full attention down onto him. She rebuilt the acid ocean underneath him mid-step, and she did all of it in the space of about 1.5 seconds, which was, for what it was worth, the finest defensive sequence any being has ever produced on that planet. Naruto put his hand through it and closed his fingers on her throat. "Void pulse," he said, and pushed a thread of it in under the collarbone. What happened then took 9 seconds, and nobody witnessed it, except the two of them, and at a remove, a 9-tailed fox in a cage, who watched all of it through his host's eyes with his enormous face pressed between the bars and said nothing at all. The void took the threat. It went in through the collarbone and out along every branch of what she was, and it began at the top of the accumulation and worked down. The dimensional folds went first. 64 moons and an acid ocean and a lava field and a high-gravity waste, all of them constructions, all of them held open by her attention, and all of them subtracted with the attention still on them. Then the techniques, as recorded structures inside her, the ash bones went out of her the way a word goes out of a language. Then the Rinne Sharingan, which stopped being an eye and stopped having been an eye, and 400,000 kilometers away, the moon's face went blank. The chakra itself the void would not touch, because there was too much of it and it belonged, in the end, to every living thing on the planet. The light took that. Naruto opened his other hand, and the gold came out of him and went into the flood of it. And 1,000 years of hoarded, compressed, stolen chakra came out of Kaguya Otsutsuki in a column that went up through the collapsing dimension and out into the world. And it did not burn anything, and it did not fall on anyone, because the light held it all the way and let it go in a wide, soft spread across the whole hemisphere, and every plant in 4 countries grew 4 centimeters that night. The white came off her in layers. The horns went. The third eye closed and stopped existing. The paper skin flushed and darkened back to the color of a living man's. The hair went from white to black, and the length went out of it, and the last dimension came apart around them and put them back on the eastern front of the war, in the sand, under an ordinary evening sky with an ordinary moon in it, surrounded by 80,000 sleeping people. What was left in the sand was Madara Uchiha, alive, conscious, whole and human, and finished. He lay on his back in the crater of his own ambition and looked up at the boy standing over him, and Madara Uchiha did a thing that he had never once done in 111 years of life, which was arrive at an honest measurement of himself against something else. He had been the strongest man in every room he had ever entered. He had fought Hashirama Senju to a standstill and had considered that the ceiling of the world. He had spent 80 years in a cave with a plan and had built an heir out of a broken boy and had reached across a century with both hands and had actually, this was the part nobody ever grasped, actually gotten hold of what he was reaching for. He had achieved it. The infinite Tsukuyomi had gone off. He had won the world for 11 minutes, and a 13-year-old had stood in the middle of it squinting. "I came back," Madara said to the sky, "to be the answer." "You were a very good question," Naruto said. "You had one wrong assumption in you, and you built a Sentry on top of it. And the assumption was that if you got strong enough, people would stop being able to hurt each other. There's a place past that. I've been standing in it since I was 7. It's the same world with fewer excuses in it." Madara turned his head. His eyes were his own again, plain black, with nothing spinning in them. "What are you?" "Tired," Naruto said. "And late. There's a woman in the land of lightning who's going to hear about all of this from a report before she hears it from me, and she's going to be extremely polite about it, which is worse." Madara Uchiha laughed. It came out of him in a way that surprised him, and it went on for about 4 seconds, and it was the only sound in 11 square kilometers. "Hashirama would have liked you," he said. "He would have talked at you for 6 hours. I'd have listened for 2. That is more than I ever gave him." Madara let his head fall back into the sand. "Do it then. You're going to a cell under the land of iron, and you're going to live to be old in it," Naruto said. "Alive, awake with a window, and in about 11 years somebody's going to write down what you actually said and thought from your own mouth, because you're the last person alive who was there at the start, And this world has been arguing about you for a century without ever once asking you a question. He looked down. I've read what happened to your clan and what happened after. You did monstrous things, and most of them started from something real. Both of those are going in the record. That's the whole sentence. That is worse than dying. I know. You'll do it anyway, because you've never once refused a hard thing in your life, and you're not going to start at the end. He turned to the field. The infinite Tsukuyomi was still on. The Rinne Sharingan on the moon had gone, but the dream was already delivered, and 80,000 people on that field and every other person on the planet were lying with their eyes open on something that was giving them a very good report. Naruto Uzumaki went up. He rose to 1,000 feet over the eastern front, and then to 4,000, until the curve of the world was a real thing under him, and the sleeping continent was laid out in the evening with the lights of 100 villages that nobody had turned on. Then he opened all the way. The gold went out of him in a wave that crossed the eastern front in a second, and the land of fire in 9, and the whole continent in under a minute, and it was warm rather than absolute, and it went through walls and through eyelids and through the roofs of shelters and down into the bottom of the deepest cellar in the land of iron, and it found every person on the planet asleep in a room built out of their own wanting. And it said one thing, wake up. Kakashi Hake came out of it lying between 2 stretcher poles with his hand still on the wood, in a place where his father was alive, and Rin was alive, and Obito was standing in a doorway laughing at him, and he came up out of it with a sound like a man surfacing, and lay there in the sand for a long time with his forearm over his face. Gaara came out of it on his back with a broken shoulder, in a place where his mother had been about to say his name. 80,000 people on the Eastern Front sat up at the same moment in the sand under an ordinary moon, and found the war over, and found the sky empty of meteors, and found the Zetsu clones lying in windrows where the void had gone through them on the way past, and found a man sitting up in the middle of the field with black hair and black eyes and no horns, waiting without any fuss for somebody to come and collect him. The Alliance's command staff spent 9 days trying to write the field report. The final document ran to 311 pages and was signed by 4 Kaji, and there is a well-known section in the middle of it, 4 paragraphs long, where the prose simply gives up and starts listing observed events in order without any attempt to connect them. And every archivist who has handled the original says the handwriting changes twice. The war ended on a Thursday at 6:41 in the evening. Tsunade signed the last of it 11 days later. She signed the joint declaration and the reparation schedule and the 4 separate documents that dissolved the Allied command and the letter to the Land of Iron confirming custody arrangements for a prisoner who was described in the paperwork only as Subject M. And then she put the brush down and sat back in the chair and did not move for about 10 minutes. Shizune came in with tea and stopped in the doorway. "It's done," Tsunade said. "Yes, my lady. I've been Hokage for 2 years, and I have signed the end of a world war and a resurrection and a prisoner of conscience arrangement for the founder of the Uchiha clan. And I am 53 years old, and I am going to say something now, and I want you to remember it because I'm going to deny it later." Tsunade looked at the window. "I spent 20 years running from this village because everything I loved in it died. And a boy that this village threw rocks at when he was 5 just gave every single one of us back the rest of our lives, twice in 2 years, and never once asked anybody for anything." Shizune set the tea down. "He asked for something," she said. "Once. He asked the elders to change his file. He wanted it to say his father's name." Tsunade sat with that. "Did they?" "You did, my lady. 11 months ago. It was in a stack." Tsunade Senju put her face in her hands and laughed until she had to wipe her eyes. Jiraiya got the full account over 2 days from 4 sources, and then he went up onto the roof of the guest wing at the tower and sat on the tiles and looked at the sky for 20 minutes. He had been out there in his time. He had fought Hanzo of the Salamander at 23 and had been named a legend by the man who beat him. He had trained a Hokage and a monster and a god of the rain. He had believed, at 3 separate points in his life, that he had a working model of the upper limit of what a person could be, and he had been wrong 3 times, and the wrongness had escalated each time by an amount that had stopped being funny somewhere around the mountain. He came down the ladder at 9:30 and walked into the room where Tsunade and Kakashi and Shizune were arguing over the reconstruction budget, and he stood in the doorway until they all looked up. "I taught his father," he said, "and I couldn't teach him a thing except how to hold a brush, and I have decided that this is the single best outcome of my entire career." Then he sat down and started arguing about the budget. In Sunagakure, Gaara heard the whole account from his brother and sister, standing at the window of the Kazakage's office with his shoulders strapped and his eyes on the desert. He did not respond for a long time. Tamari, who had learned to wait, waited. "When I was 12, Gaara said at last, he sat down next to me in the sand and told me I was a door and not the thing behind it. He had just thrown me 4 miles. He sat down. Everything I have built here in 6 years started in that sentence." He put his hand flat against the glass. The world spent 2 years being afraid of the only person in it who has never once used what he is to take anything. If we are all still here in 100 years, that will be why. Sasuke Uchiha was in the land of grass at the time, in the 11th of 11 laboratories, at 3 in the morning, with a lamp in one hand. The war had passed over him the way weather passes over a man in a cellar. He had gone down when the light came, and he had woken up in a corridor with his cheek on the tile. And in the dream his mother had been about to hand him a bowl of rice. And he had lain there for about 4 minutes and then had gotten up and finished what he was doing, because there were 41 children in the lower level, and none of them were going to walk out on their own. He got 39 of them out. 2 had been past helping for a year before he arrived, and he sat with those 2 until it was over, and then he burned the building, which took the rest of the night. Nobody thanked him. Nobody knew. There was no rank in it and no record, and he had a bad shoulder and a growing collection of names he had memorized because somebody had to. At dawn, he sat on a hill with 39 children behind him, eating out of the ration packs he had been buying with money he had stopped asking about the origins of, and he watched the sun come up over the land of grass, and he thought about a boy on a plane of glass giving him a job that nobody would ever thank him for. He had chosen it, without an audience. That was the whole of it, and it was, in its own way, an enormous amount. Samui came to find him in the 9th month. She did not use a message, or an assignment, or a treaty, or any of the 11 official reasons that Kumogakure's foreign office would have been delighted to manufacture for her. She put in for leave, and the Raikage looked at the form for a long moment, and then signed it and said one word, which was, "Finally." And Samui walked out of the land of lightning and into the land of fire on her own feet with a pack on her back and 11 days of road in front of her. She found him by feel, which was how she had been finding him for 2 years. There is a warmth that comes before Naruto Uzumaki. It is about 400 meters wide and half a degree above ambient, and completely unmistakable once you have stood next to it in a canyon with a mountain hanging over your head. There is also a thing that happens to places he has recently been. The air holds itself differently, the way a room does after a fire has gone out, but the stove is still hot. She followed both of them up the road from the southern gate, through a village that was 11% newer than the last time she had seen it, and she turned left at a corner she remembered from the 17th letter. And there he was. He was at Ichiraku's. It was full evening and the lanterns were lit and the flap was up, and Naruto Uzumaki, 15 years old and 4 months, was sitting on the middle stool with a bowl in one hand and 6 children arranged around him like birds on a wire. 3 were on the stools to his left. 1 was standing on the stool at the end so she could see his face. 1 was sitting on the counter, which Tochi had clearly given up on. And 1, a boy of about 6 who had been going since the shop opened, had fallen asleep against Naruto's right shoulder with his mouth open. And Naruto had not moved that arm in 20 minutes and was eating one-handed as a consequence. "But did she have horns?" said the girl standing on the stool. She had 2 horns and a 3rd eye, and she was the reason chakra exists, Naruto said. She was also, and this is the part people leave out, extremely rude. Was she scary? She was the scariest thing I've ever met. Were you scared? He thought about it, which was why they kept asking him things. I was in a hurry, he said. I found that's mostly what being scared feels like when you're busy. Did she cry when you got her? She stopped talking. That's what she did instead. My dad says you're the strongest person in the world. Your dad works in the water office and he's right about the pipes on 4th Street too, Naruto said. Eat your egg. Samui stood in the doorway. Tochi saw her first. He had been running that noodle shop for 30 years and had served this particular customer since the customer was 4 and had been coming in alone with coins counted out on the counter in exact stacks. And he looked up from the pot and saw a Kumogakure Jonin with short blonde hair standing in his doorway looking at the middle stool, and his whole face did something remarkable. He put down the ladle. He put a hand on his daughter's arm without looking at her, and Ayame turned around, and then she put down what she was holding too. The children saw her next. They looked her over with the specific directness that only children have, top to bottom, headband and pack and boots and face. And then the girl standing on the stool looked at Naruto's shoulder and confirmed that the arm with the sleeping boy on it had not moved. And having established this, she moved over 1 seat. You can sit there, she said. That's the good stool. Naruto turned his head. The gold in his eyes did the thing it always did around her, and had done since a campfire on a slope above the Kaneda Gorge. And it was still the one part of himself he had never learned to run. It banked. It came in off the walls and out of the lantern light and pulled down and down until it was less sun than hearth, the color of a lamp somebody has left on in a window for a person who is walking home in the cold. You're early, he said. Your letter said the 11th. It's the 9th. I walked fast, said Samui, and sat down on the good stool. The children stayed for another 40 minutes, and she answered 11 questions about Kumogakure, 4 about whether the clouds there are actually clouds, and 1 about whether she had ever seen him fight, to which she said, once, before anybody else had. And the girl on the counter said, whoa, with total sincerity. They went home one at a time as their names got called down the street. The last one to go was the sleeping boy, who woke up at 9:30, apologized to Naruto's shoulder, and was carried out by his mother, who bowed twice on the way through the flap and would tell that story at family gatherings for 30 years. At 10, Tochi took off his cloth and hung it on the peg. The pots banked and there's stock in the second bowl if you want it, he said. He put the key on the counter in front of Naruto, and he pushed it 3 inches, and he did not make a speech about it, which was one of the 11 reasons he was the finest man in that village. Pull the flap when you go. Tochi! Don't, said Tochi, and left, and Ayame went after him and looked back once from the corner with her hand over her mouth. The 2 of them sat in an empty noodle shop with a banked stove and 2 bowls. They talked about the war in the way people talk about a thing that both of them have already survived. Neither of them needs the other to explain. She told him about the Western Front, where she had spent 19 days running a company of 200 and had brought 181 of them home, and about the 4 hours after the infinite Tsukuyomi came down, when she woke up in a trench full of her own sleeping people with a dream still on her like a wet coat. What was in it? He asked. A house, Samui said. Nothing else. One house on a coast with the door open and somebody inside it moving around, and I was walking up the path and I never got there before it broke. She turned her cup. It was the most upsetting 19 seconds of my life. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was a fake. She looked at him. What was in yours? I was awake for the whole thing. Right? She let out a breath. Of course you were. They talked about the distance. That was the actual subject, and both of them had been circling it in letters for 2 years, and it had never once been said out loud. It is 11 days from Kumogakure to Konohagakure on foot for a fit jonin. It is 4 days for Naruto Uzumaki if he takes his time and stops for food. She had a company. He had a village that had spent 2 years learning to build things and would need 11 more years to finish learning it. There were forms and clan registries and 2 Kaje who would each have opinions, and a 400-page intelligence file in a drawer in Kumogakure that was going to need a very unusual amendment. They talked about all of it the way 2 people talk about the easier problems after the hard part is over, which is to say fast, with overlapping sentences, and without much worry. Then the talking ran out. Naruto went still. Samui had learned this stillness by letter and then by presence, and she recognized it because it happened before the true things. It was a going internal, 1 whole second of it, the way a very large thing gathers itself before it moves. I can hear every heartbeat in this country, he said. All of them, all the time. 900,000 people, and the horses, and the fish in the river past the north wall. It's been like that since I was 7, and it has never once turned off, and for a long time I thought that was the loneliest thing about me, and it isn't. Samui waited. The loneliest thing, Naruto said, is that I could always hear them and none of them could ever see me. Everybody in this village looks at the light. They love the light now. They used to hate it, and they love it now, and it's the same act, and I'm behind it either way. He turned the empty bowl a quarter turn on the counter. You sat down next to me at a campfire when I was 12, and told me the first thing I did when the mountain came down was look for where your people were standing. That's 4 seconds of my whole life, and I have been navigating by it for 2 years. Every road I've walked since then, I was walking it back towards you, and I'd like to stop navigating and arrive. The lanterns ticked. Samui reached over and took his hand off the counter and held it, which was warm, which it always was, which she had wondered about for 2 years and had never asked. You're the most powerful thing on this planet, she said, and you just proposed to me in a noodle shop like a man asking for directions, and you did it with soup on your sleeve. Is that a problem? It's the least cool thing I've ever seen, said Samui of Kumogakure, and I am going to marry you anyway. Yes, obviously. I walked 11 days and 9. And then, in the cage under his ribs, in a place that had gone unvisited for 6 years and had been getting visitors for 2, something enormous and red opened both eyes. Kurama had been building to this since he was 7. He had watched 2 things that should never have shared a room go to war on a white plain, and had felt, for the first time since the Sage of 6 Paths spoke his name into being, actual fear. He had watched a child walk between them and take both by the throat. He had sat down that day, and he had spent 6 years looking at a wall, working through the single most difficult recalibration available to a 9-tailed fox, which was the recognition that he was no longer the most dangerous thing inside his own cage. He had broken the silence on a cliff over a waterfall to give a warning that he did not have to give. He had made comments. He had watched a mountain of packed sand go over the horizon, and a Sanin lose both arms, and a dimension come apart, and a god's mother lose everything she had accumulated in 1,000 years in about 9 seconds. He had watched the boy sit down in the sand next to a broken Jinchuriki and talk to him. He had watched him give a dying man a choice that cost the boy nothing and gave the man everything. He had spent 2 years deciding what to do with all of that, at the speed a mountain decides things. Boy, he said. Naruto's head came up 1/2 inch. Samui saw it and knew what it was, and stayed exactly where she was. Yeah. I have been a weapon, Kurama said. I was made out of a piece of something that was made out of a piece of something else. And I have been a weapon since the first hand closed on me. I have been a disaster, and I have been a prisoner, and I have been a reason for men to write treaties. I have been in 4 seals and 2 women, and one of them was your mother, and she was the only human being I ever came close to respecting until you. The fox let that sit for a moment, the way a landslide sits after it stops. In here, he said, with you is the first place I have ever been where I am none of those. You have never once reached for me. You have never once needed me. That is the entire thing, and I have taken 2 years to say it, and I am going to say it once. Naruto did not move. This is the first cage I have ever been in that I would stay in, Kurama said. Do not make me say it twice. And tell the woman she is getting an enormous amount of fox with the arrangement. Naruto laughed. It came out of him openly, which was rare enough that Samui set her cup down to watch it happen. What did he say? He said you're marrying two of us. I read the file, Samui said. There's a section. They pulled the flap and locked the shop and left the key under the second slat, like Tucci had shown him when he was 8, and they went up the fire ladder on the side of the building and out onto the flat tar roof over Ichiraku's, which was where Naruto Uzumaki had sat by himself with a bowl on the tiles, on approximately 400 nights between the ages of 5 and 13. The sky over Konoha was the same sky. That was the part that always got him. It was the identical black and the identical stars, unbothered and enormous and completely indifferent to the fact that the boy on this particular roof had, since the last time he had looked properly, unmade a god, moved a mountain twice, held up a canyon, and taken a needle in the heart. The village underneath it was different. There were lights on in 1,100 windows that had been rubble 2 years ago. Somebody 4 streets over was playing a shamisen badly, and somebody in the next building was telling them to stop. A patrol went past on the wall with their lanterns swinging. 900,000 hearts in a country, and every single one of them was at that moment doing exactly what hearts are supposed to do. Samui sat down against the parapet, and he sat down next to her, and she leaned into his side and found what she had found at a campfire above the Kaneda Gorge 3 years earlier, which was that he was warm all the way through, like a stone that has been in the sun since morning. The gold came up on his skin. It was very low. It was the last coal in a stove, the lamp in a window, the light of something that has been running at full output for 8 years and has just been told it can stop for a while. It came off his forearms and the side of his throat in a slow tide, and it lit her hair at the edges, and it did nothing else at all. Underneath it, somewhere at the base of his spine, the void turned over once and settled and stayed. An ending that had come over 8 years and against every one of its own instincts to an arrangement with the light it shared a boy with. You're glowing, Samui said without opening her eyes. Only a little. Can you turn it off? I never learned how, Naruto said. It doesn't do that around you. She thought about that. Then leave it on, she said. He did. And somewhere below them a shop sign creaked, and the shamisen finally stopped, and the sky went on being the sky. And Naruto Uzumaki sat on a roof over a noodle stand in the village that had thrown rocks at him, with a woman's head on his shoulder and a fox asleep in his chest, and every heartbeat in the land of fire going steadily on in his ears. And for the first time since a needle went into his heart at the age of 7, he did not listen to any of them. He had spent his whole life wanting one person to look at him and see the boy instead of the light. She was looking, and she saw him, and he closed his eyes and let her.
Thanks for watching all the way through. This story hit hard from the first second to the last. And if you felt even a fraction of that energy, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Drop a comment with your favorite moment. See you in the next one.